going on, like might be a decent launch, but then when it came out, yeah, it was crazy. I mean, I guess it's the power of art, you get something that people don't see every day and you think, oh, what is this thing? Right. And that's kind of the idea behind that cover, was like, it's Nottingham. So you're thinking, is this Robin Hood? But then that blood-soaked mask, in my mind, I'm like, if you put Robin Hood on the cover, or you put like a medieval kind of image on the cover, people might just be like, Robin Hood, who cares? Like, it's kind of one of those characters, right? That I think people probably already have their minds made up on how they feel about another Robin Hood telling. But it was so different. Like David's script and stuff was so different that I thought, you put that image on the cover, who doesn't like a mask dripping blood from its eyes? I'm like, that's going to get you. And they see Nottingham and think, okay, this doesn't seem like probably the Kevin Costner Robin Hood, which I love, by the way. But yeah, it was crazy. It was like, it was funny because David and I joke, because we'd never done a book before. He'd never written a series. I hadn't drawn one page of comics in my life. And we were like, so this is how it is, right? You just put a book out, everybody buys it, and they just keep giving you more series. Like, we were joking, obviously. We knew that wasn't a thing. It was just like, we had nothing to compare it to, right? So yeah, it was crazy.
Well, I'm so grateful that they did give you that opportunity to work on this book, and it is one of those odd things that, when people hear, oh, another Robin Hood story, people, might roll their eyes or something, but this is something that's so unique. I feel like this story has never really been done before. And so when it first came out, I think that the Nottingham title was something new, something refreshing, and also just like, you guys were taking it, you guys were like pedal to the metal, going like a totally different direction, where we're now focusing on the sheriff.
Yeah.
And it's like, now you guys are introducing something that is wholeheartedly like brand new, as opposed to a revamp or a rehash or a prequel or a sequel or something like that. This is a complete retelling of the story in like a completely subverted way. So I thought that was
Yeah.
kind of cool. But I wanted to ask, first off, walk us through your creative process for a single comic book page. I think behind the scenes, we were talking about you developing your style in some of those first issues, but really learning the art of like sequential storytelling, like going
Yeah.
from panel to panel, like from script to final product. And then how much collaboration is there with David Hazan, who's your current writer? And where do you find like the inspiration for your panel layouts and characters designs?
Great questions. I feel like the more I've learned about people's processes and stuff, there's obviously things that overlap, but I really have realized that everybody kind of finds their own way. I think we live in a world where people want cut and paste. Like, this is how you do PS. There's something that drives me bananas on like people's YouTube channels and stuff. And they're like, this is how you do this panel. This is how a fight scene looks. That should always, like, it just rubbed me the wrong way, because guys like Jack Kirby, he was breaking rules. Like, he wasn't doing it the way like you're supposed to do it, right? People love that because it's comic books. It's supposed to be art, it's expressionism. But I sort of realized early on the things that I kind of liked and things I wasn't sure about, and the Mad Cave, the whole team, they're really cool about letting me like just sort of do my thing. My art's weird enough as it is, especially the first issues. Yeah, super unrefined and just trying to find my way. But a lot of it, David does pretty detailed breakdowns, especially in those first books, which is great being new because it was a good guide for me. I think it forced me to draw a lot of stuff that I wouldn't have drawn probably. If it was just like, do it however you feel like. So I get the script from David. Excuse me. I get the script from David, and he has fairly detailed breakdowns, just the action of the scene. But I try to hit it with. I just want to hit panels with feeling, you know. not in any kind of like this, like that panel where the guy's got the chair. I'm like, that should be an upshot, like trying to think
Mm.
of things in ways of like not everything straight on if possible. And I was trying to do that, like kind of right off the top, was hit things from like extreme angles. I'm a big movie buff. Like I love, shocker. Like I'm a big Tarantino fan and that kind of stuff. And I love interesting angles, Dutch angles. And especially a book like this, it really lent itself so well to all those ideas. Cause it's like, you don't know who's the good guy. You don't know, like everything's a little off-putting. And so I was like
Yeah.
just hitting it with some different angles and trying to figure out as interesting ways that I could with my skill set. So yeah, as far as the process, David gives me a script. I do a layout. I upload a layout and he checks it out. Our editors will check it out, give me the green light. And then I get in there and pencil it and ink it. And sometimes, honestly, like they've been cool where I've deviated from my layouts because, you go through and lay out a book, but when you actually go to draw it, you think, wow, there's a better way to do this. So it's a lot of trial and error. And you'll see, like, yeah, obviously here, I've moved on in my style and detail and stuff, which is just a matter of being more comfortable. I've become more comfortable. And also I will say this, hopefully I've answered your question to some degree.
Absolutely,
but,
man. Yeah.
I took a really good piece of advice from something Todd McFarlane said he's probably said it on a few interviews, but it's like, just do the page to the best of your ability and then move on. You do the next page. Because the tough thing is like, man, even looking at these pages now, like I would have maybe done something differently, right? So if you sit there and you can labor over a page and think, maybe this could be a little different, that could be a little different. I mean, truthfully, if you've hit the storytelling well, everything looks good to you. You have to do it, finish it, and move on. And that's a matter of just keeping up with deadlines, which is honestly like it's a blessing and a curse. The blessing is the fact that like you have to move on. And my style took a big jump because I just did a page the best I absolutely could, moved on to the next page, and I've always done it like that. So, and then just be okay with just living with my mistakes. Sometimes I put a hairline too high and I look back and I think, well, shit, you should have taken 5 extra minutes. But
no, I appreciate it. I think what I've seen a lot between, your original pages and what you have now is you look, like you said, more confident, and you look like you're having such a blast. And these darker inks, these heavier tones, you're really getting a lot of depth in here from, your previous stuff. And even like Mary's face here, sorry, not Mary, Marion,
like
thank
Lady
you.
Marion, yep.
Lady Marion's face here. Like when we go back into some of your earlier stuff, like, I don't know if it was maybe just, like you said, because of deadlines or because you were still figuring out your style, you're still honing like what you wanted to do with some of these faces, how you wanted them laid out.
Yeah.
So like Lady Marion isn't fully what you, I guess, necessarily had in mind at first. But then as you like continued to just like create, she has become incredible, like just beautiful. The facial structure that you have on some of these pages for her.
Appreciate that.
And yeah, you get like, honestly, I think the sheriff, from what I can tell, I think the guys and I were talking about, the sheriff has been through absolute hell.
Oh, look at him here. Like this guy, like he never has a good day, front to back.
No. He's grizzled, he's gnarled, he's got the broken nose and the deep wrinkles, and you can just see the amount of work that you put into these characters.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. And again, in the beginning, you made a good point, and I really appreciate you saying like that I look more comfortable now, and I am, because I'll admit, like that first series was not a lot of fun. Like I wasn't having a good time. It was a lot of like we were talking before about like I was just hanging on for dear life. Every day I get a page and I'm like, David, I can't draw this. Like, what is it? Like, I can't, and I've heard other artists say this. You get the script, you have a panic attack and a breakdown, and you just want to quit, and you think like, there's no way I can do this. And then, take a deep breath, you start getting into it, and you figure it out. But honestly, like those first books, there's what I wanted. And it's a frustrating thing as an artist where you're like, you can see this thing, but you don't have the skill set yet. And you realize that you're working up to it. You got to just trust it. Do it to the best of your ability once again. But buy these books. Like I think by the time I hit issue 5, the end of issue 4, starting into issue 5, I started to be like, I was telling you guys before, like I love Sean Murphy and I love Mignola, Jason Sean Alexander. I'll probably talk more about the people I love in this industry, but like you start to realize you're not them. And you love aspects of their work, but you just realize like that ain't you. It's not going to work out like that. So I started to kind of lean into just the things I like and what's kind of naturally happening on the page, and just sort of leaning into that. So by like issue 5 and then the second series starting in issue 6, I started to really like, I actually started to have some fun and feel like more comfortable with the layouts, more comfortable with the scripts. And now by like issue 11, I mean, I started just having a blast. I mean, I just like this cover to issue 12. I'm like, how bad can I make the sheriff? Oh, awesome. Thank you.
That is my favorite. That's my favorite cover. It's the most visceral cover. And I love that detail right there in the hand. You can see the intensity in that hand, the desperation in it. I love it.
I appreciate that, Drew. Thank you so much. Well, and honestly, that was kind of the thing. Like, I have this thing about drawing good-looking characters outside Marion, because that's actually part of her character, is that she's supposed to look like the classic Maid Marian, right? Like she's supposed to be saved by Robin Hood. She's, she plays the damsel in distress, but she is the most threatening person in the book, really. Yeah. Like she's not only is she like, she's like conniving in all these like ways that she like can manipulate, but she's also like unhinged. Like she might be the craziest one of them all. And I love that.
Yeah. She's a redhead. She's crazy. Come on.
But and so I lean into like, especially with the sheriff, I'm like, man, this guy's going to get uglier by the book. And my favorite character to draw. I love I'm like, when I laid that cover out, I just had the hand on the face, and I'm like, no, his finger's got to be in his eyeball. Like,
love it.
And talk about, the sheriff just continually getting he's, this is from issue 13, which is the most recent Nottingham issue. He's up to here at this point with he's fighting on 2 fronts. He's got the entire, King Richard the Lionheart's army outside, and inside, Lady Marian has got this complete revolt going on under her rule, and he has had enough. And this panel, the bottom panel of just the eyes and the nose and the wrinkles that's in the forehead and just the furrowed brow, it's like, man, you can just see the emotion like just coming off of the page. And I love this. This was a great, last issue that came out. I think it was like last week.
Yeah. I appreciate it. And honestly, the sheriff, David's done a great job of like, the first series was very much the detective kind of noir set in the world of Nottingham. The second one is more of like, an adventure, they're out on the road. It's like it's almost a buddy cop movie. And then this one is very much like, you'll see where this goes. The next issue it's crazy. It's the craziest issue I've ever drawn. Like there's just shit in there that it took me a while. They were very forgiving on deadlines. Cause like when David's like battle scene, I'm like, this one's going to take me a couple extra days. But the cool thing David's done with the sheriff is he's kept, hey, speaking of Hazan, there's Kosher Mafia. Nice. But one thing he's done, he's kept the noir, the major piece of a noir alive, which is the sheriff. He just can't let go. He's driven to do his version of the right thing when he should have just he should have pieced out. Like at the end of the last series, he had the option to just leave, but it's almost like, you know, he knows what his destiny is. Like, is it a death wish? Is it whatever? He just knows however it turns out, he's got to do his thing. And so David's done a great job of, he's the only guy trying to do the right thing. And you're right. He literally just snaps, which how fun is that to draw?
Oh my God. Absolutely. Just having him completely go full bore. Just like, I can't take this enough. Like y'all are going to listen to me or we're all going to die. Right. And that's kind of the situation that he's put in. So
yeah, absolutely.
I do want to shout out here real quick. We've got our good friend Josh McDonald. Josh, thank you so much, brother. This really means a lot. For $20. I don't know how much that is in Canadian.
It's like $8,000 in Canadian right now.
Sounds about right. And our good friend Josh says, Shane, happy to see you on here. Just to put it out into the universe, what DC and Marvel character would you like to get your hands on? Alternatively, is there another book, film, or show that you would like to adapt for comics? Man, that's a great question. Josh, thank you again for the 20, brother. That's a fantastic fantastic question. Shane,
especially since I get 18 of those dollars, so thank you.
Of course, get sent right to him.
I don't answer until I see it pop up here. Oh, there it is.
And it cleared. Check cleared. All right, we're good.
No, great question. Obviously, I mean, I'm a Batman fan. That was a cool thing about this series is like the sheriff is kind of Batman in his way, where he's just like what he thinks is good and right, you know, but he's also he's dark and kind of an asshole. But at this point, like, it's kind of funny because like I do well with the really dark, inky blacks and all that kind of stuff. But I think like I just did yesterday, I sketched a little Captain America, and I'm like, man, I wouldn't ever have thought I'd want to draw that, but like, I don't know, like a character like that might be kind of neat. Honestly, I'd love getting a crack at Superman would be cool. Because I think this weird thing happens in art of all kinds, honestly, where so now I'm known as like the dark, gritty guy. And so that's the thing. And so I get people contact me all the time and I got this great book. It's super dark. There's lots of blood. And, you know, I'm like, that was great for Nottingham. But as an artist, I also like to stretch my legs. Like, what would I do as Superman? You can't really put a lot of shadows on the guy. Like he's, you know, so a character like that would be a ton of fun as a challenge because I'd have to look at my art in a different way. And that's really the only way that you can stretch your legs. So I mean, Superman would be cool. Marvel character. I mean, honestly, if there was a good Wolverine book that like was a story that was like, that'd just be too much fun. And it's cliche, you know, it's like, oh, I'd love to draw Batman or Wolverine. Like, wow, you know, it's crazy, but Wolverine's just like, what a character. Yeah, there he is. There's Cappy. I didn't get too crazy with the scaling because it was just a sketch, but
you know, I would read that book in a heartbeat, though. I would read that book.
Right?
Hell yeah. Well,
it looks very Mignola-esque.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even how you did the wings here. Like
it's got a little bit of Sienkiewicz in there. I like it.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate it. So. Yeah, I took the wings and sort of made him like a Greek god, sort of like it's almost like a crown.
Yeah.
But I think characters like that would be cool to like not redesign, but like put your flourish into. Yeah. So I think if the big two threw anything at me, I'd be like, okay, fine, you know. But honestly, like, how much fun would it be to draw like a Wonder Woman series? Like, I'd love to get into some characters that I also don't have a huge background in. Like, I grew up on Superman and Batman, so getting something that I'm not super familiar with would be cool. And I'm taking suggestions if anybody wants to see me draw something. I'll draw it.
This is true. Do you mind if I show off the original art that
I would love that. Yeah.
So and I have talked to you a little bit about, you know, potentially doing what it would look like to do something Conan, which again, it's a little cliche because it's dark and gritty, and it's, you know, it's Conan, so he's going to have a lot of
Yeah.
muscles and striations or
Hey,
whatever,
I'm down.
and lines. But because we are going to talk about your project coming in September.
Yeah.
That you're kind of getting a chance to get away from. But here is the New York City Comic Con original, or the cover for the New York City Comic Con exclusive for issue number 1. I think there were only 50 copies of
Yeah,
this.
there were like, it was a very, I begged Mad Cave to give me like, can I have one copy of this? And then I did one for San Diego, and they're like, fine, like we'll print 51.
Nice, cool.
I was there in New York when this came out. I was there, and I remember this was gone the first day, from what I recall. It just completely sold out. I'll never forget that. We tried to go get it, like, what? Go on already? How's this possible?
Well, hey, I mean, I very appreciative. Like the Nottingham fans are like, they're like rock fans, man. They're hardcore for sure. Yeah, look at that. You know, blood coming out. He's basking in the blood. You know, he knows what's up.
It's so rad, man. And we were talking about it a little bit earlier, but like all the blood in the rain that's kind of sweeping off his hand here, that's all like on my piece, it's all textured. Like it's all three. It feels like, you know, you really were just dumping your emotions on this page. So
I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you again. It's a beautiful piece. So
I'm glad you're happy with it, man. And honestly, you know, something I learned from watching is actually a bunch of Jason Sean Alexander videos. I have this thing that probably a lot of artists do, where you get really precious, especially if something's kind of turning out well, and you're like, oh, I like this, so I don't want to like mess it up too much. But man, that guy will just go in, hit it with whiteout, redraw it, and like I took a lot out of that, and that's part of also what became more fun, is just like with that piece, like, yeah, there's so much whiteout, and it is also when you do the rain and stuff with whiteout, like you have a nicely drawn face, and I try to avoid the main features, but you know, I'm just kind of doing this, and it feels weird because you're crossing out pieces of that you just laid out for hours. Yeah. So there's a couple, that's the thing, like drawing digitally, you know, you can hit the delete button pretty easy, but when it comes to whiteout and ink, you have to commit.
And once you do, though, and like we were talking about, with that confidence that you have, you're probably having so much fun, you know. But at first, I couldn't even imagine taking a piece of mine and then like potentially screwing something up, you know, especially if it's on, you know, bristle board, I think it is, or something like that. You know, it's just I couldn't even imagine what that must feel like. So yeah,
it's, you know, there's been a couple times where I won't lie, I've drawn something and I'm like, actually, I won the a spot in that Spawnuary contest.
That's right, yeah.
And I did this like kind of the Mignola crown, and that's all white out. But before I did that, I scanned it in and I drew it digitally to be like, if I can't screw this up, because it turned out really good. But this thing is going to cover a bunch of these skulls that I'd drawn. So I did it digitally, and I'm like, okay, that looks good. Then I did it with the whiteout. So, you know, handy to have the tricks of 2024.
Absolutely. We've actually got a member of the channel. What's going on, MG? He was actually one of the guys who, so on the YouTube channel, we've got a ton of fans and people who can become members. And so MG is one of our you know, big supporters of the channel. He actually let us know one night and was like, you know, y'all can buy some of Shane's artwork on his website. And so we had to stop the show and went directly to your website and started looking at all of your pages. And we're like, oh my God. So MG has your first traditional page, the cover 1, second print original art, along with your Batman Gotham by Gaslight, and then as well as a Gunslinger spawn. And
I know this person very well. He's been one of my biggest supporters for such a long time. So yeah. And I love it. Yeah, I appreciate anybody that orders original art and people that have an affinity for that stuff. Yeah, super cool. And yeah, and he's asked for some cool stuff. Like he said, Gunslinger and Batman. So I was like, what if it's Gotham by Gaslight Batman? You know, I love that stuff. So.
Yeah, we've also got another member of the channel, Dominic, who's saying, I'm going to be honest, Shane, your art is too good for current big two Marvel and DC. With few exceptions, you run circles around their current artists. And
Truth.
Dominic,
Truth.
I agree with you.
Well, yeah. Dominic, I really appreciate that. You know, I'll say this. Comics is like, I will never in my life shit on another artist. Everybody's trying to make their way. Like, but the hard thing is, like, with the big two, it's been house style for so long, right? And you've had these moments where they were able to be like, okay, Frank Miller, like, if you want to try something, maybe, you know, like, there's been these moments. But even after that, like, even after things like Dark Knight Returns is just, you know, it's just the biggest graphic novel ever produced in history. There's still this kind of like, well, yeah, but, you know, I don't know. We should stick with house style, like, kind of stick with what we know. And honestly, man, there's artists that kill in that style. They're drawing Batman, they're drawing Superman, they're amazing artists. It's just, A, it's not really my taste, and B, I couldn't do it if my life depended on it. Like, and now honestly, with the AI shit going on right now, that sometimes I think that the big two have dug a bit of a hole because they've been pushing artists into a certain style that really is what AI can easily replicate, right? So you're like, you've already sort of like created your own AI by making artists all draw the same. So you're like, you've already forced art to be sort of in this box. Now computers can just shit that stuff out. So maybe there's more room for, you know, I mean, look how well Sean Murphy's done with his Batman, and like, that's not house style stuff. So there's a taste for it, I think. So.
And even, you know, our friend Josh, who super chatted just a little bit earlier, he says, kind of like what Daniel Warren Johnson did with Wonder Woman and Beta Ray Bill. You know, Daniel Warren Johnson, he hasn't really been on your mainstream guys. They put him on Superman for like 6 pages in an anthology series, and that was about it. But like, for those guys,
but
like,
Max, it was one of the best Superman stories in the last 5 years.
Of that, yeah, I think of 2021, I think it was one of our favorite books, or at least that story was.
That story.
Yeah. And with DWJ, he does have such a non-conventional style that they put him on Beta Ray Bill, and it raised Beta Ray Bill to like next level, because he's always been like, people kind of forget about him. Same thing with Wonder Woman. Sometimes people forget about her, but then he brought these characters to life in like a brand new way, you know, raise sales like crazy. And then they go, all right, you're gone. And then they go back to the, you know, to the other style. It's like, man. So we, you know, earlier, Shane, you had talked about like, I know it's cliche to do Wolverine. Dude, I would kill for your Wolverine series right now. Are you kidding me? So like, I don't think it's cliche at all. I think it's awesome. And I think we would love to see something like that from a creator that takes those risks, who has their own distinct style, and really just puts themselves out there emotionally, just throwing themselves on the page. I think it's really rad.
Yeah, I'd love it. And honestly, like the one thing I haven't done, or there's a bunch of stuff I haven't done in comics yet, but like, my work has never been up against the greats, right? Like, if I drew Batman, it's not just, oh, this is my version of Batman. Like, you're up against all of them, you know, Neil Adams, you're up against Mignola, same with Wolverine, like the classic Bisley stuff. And that's, you know, I have fear around that because, man, like, that's where I know that some people can get kind of shitty about like, oh, the big two are crap, but then you have people that only read the big two. To me, as an artist, you're like, that's just another challenge I'd love to have. Like, man, take my stuff, compare it against your favorite artists. Like, I would love that challenge for sure. And, you know, I will guarantee one thing. If they give me Wolverine, he will be ugly as shit. Like, he will be the ugliest. He will be the most unattractive man in comics. That's my promise.
Yeah, you would make Greg Capullo your bitch right now. I can tell you that.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, that would be one hell of a series. That'd be too much fun. Because we have seen iterations like here and there of Wolverine where he's just grotesque, man. He looks like a monster. He looks like an
Yeah.
animal. And he's got the hair and like the chops and the hair are just like completely grown out, and just like that fun stuff is always,
Well,
it's such a great, depiction.
you're right, and don't you think that Canadian characters like Wolverine, Deadpool, like, don't you think a Canadian artist should draw them like every once in a while? Like, shouldn't that just be built in? It's like, come on.
Hey, I mean, you got to draw. We appreciate you drawing Captain America. You know what I mean? Because
That was cool.
that was pretty rad from a Canadian. So we've got actually MG and Zaxx. We've got a couple guys in our chat that are Canadian, but we don't
Oh,
hold it against you guys. It's all
have you done Captain Canuck yet? Have you done him yet?
No, I honestly haven't. But
Okay.
you know what? That kind of just happened. I needed a bit of a mental break from, I was doing, because I'm coloring my new series as well. So I needed a bit of a break.
Oh wow!
I was like, oh shit, it's July. It's it's July 4th. This happens. My wife and I, because we both work from home, we're always like, why are so many people out? What is, and we're like, oh shit, it's the weekend. Or it's like, oh, it's Canada Day.
Yeah,
That's why
yeah.
everybody's out. You're like, so you kind of, when you're doing this stuff all day, you sort of come out of this like cocoon of isolation and realize there's a whole world going on. So yeah, it was cool to draw. It was cool to draw Cappy.
Well, speaking of your new, series that you said that you're now coloring, let's take a look at Prairie Gods issue #1 that comes out this September. Evil Awakens in Broadacres, Mad Cave announces their anthology series, Prairie Gods. This is your cover A, as well as the this is the
Jason Sean Alexander.
There he is. Yeah, the issue or cover B here.
Yeah.
But run us through, I guess, some of your ideas for the series and how this came to fruition. Was this something that you had developed over time through like some of your music? Was this something that you had come up through like working through Nottingham, or kind of give us an idea of how this came to be?
The quickest way I can break it down is that I play in this band called One Bad Son. You can check us out. And I put out, outside the band, I put out a single just before COVID. So I was working on a solo EP, and COVID sort of crushed a lot of that. But I put out one song called Shiver. And along with the single, I had drawn this this book that goes along with the music video. And at the very end of the book, I put in a little like 4-page story, and it's just a guy driving down a prairie road, and he comes across like a demon sort of character. Anyways, that was a lot of fun. And I thought, like, I kind of had this idea brewing, but I was doing Nottingham and stuff at the time, and touring with the band. So I kind of had to put it on a shelf. And then fast forward to, oh man, probably maybe even a year later, I had a Patreon going for a while. And I was putting up Nottingham art and that kind of thing. And then when the second series ended, I had this kind of gap where I didn't really have anything to put on Patreon. So I wrote the first Prairie God story, which is actually going to be book 2 now. And so I was just serializing it on my Patreon, thinking like, this is fun. Kind of like, I want to try my hand at writing and that kind of thing. And I just was serializing it on my Patreon. And anyway, fast forward to New York Comic Con, and I was chatting to my editor, Chaz Pangburn, and I was like, whatever we were bullshitting about, I was like, oh yeah, I did this series, or I'm doing this series on my Patreon. And he's like, oh, like you've got like finished comics. Like, why aren't you talking to us about it? And I'm like, I don't know. So
he's like, well, let's print them. Yeah.
He's like, you're doing it anyway. But so I give him the rundown of my idea for what like a series would be. And he dug it, and the crew at Mad Cave dug it. So he's like, you can't serialize this on Patreon anymore. So I had to shut that down. But super cool. They greenlit this thing. So it's 5 issues. In a nutshell, it's kind of like Sin City in that it all takes place in one, or has to do with one location, which is Broadacres, which is like it's like a nebulous prairie town. You don't really, it's sort of like Gotham City where you're like, what state is it in? Doesn't matter. It just is what it is. It could be any town that you drive through, but it has all these, every story's kind of got a paranormal twist. The first issue obviously is called Race the Devil. It's this retired NASCAR driver literally races the devil at an abandoned speedway in his hometown. So every issue self-contained. They're all one and done, but the characters kind of cross paths, sort of like in Sin City. Like I love that stuff where the main character of one book just kind of pops in to another book in no related story sense. Sometimes like I just love that stuff. So that's what it is. I love one and done, like one-off books. I love it. Like I'm at this point, like I'm not David Hazan stringing together all the elements that can bring together like a 3 arc or a 3 series arc. I'm like, forget it. Like you get one story and out. But I also, I really like, I mentioned to you guys when we were chatting earlier that I've got a lot of my like friends and fans of the band, like music fans, that they're not comic people, but they've been buying Nottingham stuff and they've been loving it. And I'm like, man, I'd love to be a conduit to get some new people into comics because it's like, it's the best shit. Like, you know, I absolutely love it. And they've been really digging it. So I feel like doing the one and done kind of books, you can pick up any issue. You don't have to have the whole, you know, you don't have to go back and read every issue. It's a really good way to get into comic books, you know, like if a new comic fan asked me like, what Batman book do I pick up? It's like, forget it. I don't know what to tell you. Like, but yeah, so that's the thing with Prairie Gods. So it's all 5 one-off issues. There's like Race the Devil is literally, he's racing the devil. The second one is like a Western. It's kind of it's like this sheriff is he alive? Is he dead? You're not sure. You might never find out. And then there's like a story that's set in the First World War, but it also involves like UFOs and there's some time travel in there. So it's like kind of Twilight Zone-ish as well.
Yeah.
You know, some of it.
Love it.
Yeah. Like there's little twinges of horror, but like, it's not strict horror. It's kind of, I'll put it to you this way. It's whatever the fuck I feel like. And that is really fun. That is very fun to draw and write. So
hell yeah.
As it should be. It's your series. Go for it, man. So
yeah. And cool to see, you know, it's cool. The Mad Cave greenlit it. It's a bit different as far as series they normally put out. And honestly, I'm like, it's kind of neat to see, like, do other people have my tastes in, you know, it's very much like I love B movies, like Highlander's probably my favorite movie.
Nice.
Right? Yeah. Come on. Christopher Lambert. It's all good.
I can see you doing an awesome Kurgan. I can see you just nailing the Kurgan.
Oh,
there you go. Yeah.
Well, you know what? So somebody asked that question. What would I love to bring to comics? I mean, I'd love to do a Highlander book if they let me write it.
Oh, I'm there.
But so these books are also they're B movie-esque, you know, like I love flat color. So like nothing's super shiny. It's my artwork. So it's like really, it's dirty as shit. And, you know, I like the feel of, I try to make them low budget in the fact that like, you know, I was drawing it with the idea that like, I don't want to babble about it too long, but like with comics, you can do anything, right? So like the devil's car could be flaming and it could be, you know, it could be like Ghost Rider. But in my mind, I'm like, I want to draw these books as though you could turn it into a low budget movie. So like I put the restraint on myself of like, it has to be really cool, but also like it can't have all the bells and whistles. It has to look like, you know, somebody shot this on like with a very low budget. That was
Roger Corman, New World Pictures.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, totally.
2000, something like that. Yeah.
100%, you know, absolutely. So that's the rundown on Prairie Gods.
Yeah, there's a level of a little bit of verisimilitude in it where it's like, man, this is going to be something fantasy or sci-fi or Twilight Zone-esque, but it can still maybe potentially exist within the realm of reality. So,
Exactly. That's
um,
totally it. And also Broadacres is my hometown. The farm that I grew
oh,
up on
there you
in
go.
Saskatchewan, there's a little tiny ghost town that we were a mile away from called Broadacres. So a little bit of a shout out. And my dad passed away in 2019. He always wanted to
Mhm.
be a stock car driver. So his name was Fred. So Freddie Davis is like it's a cool shout out to my dad. And he
Oh,
loved these kind of stories too. So the fact that I have my dad racing the devil, he'd be so stoked.
dude, I
That's
had
awesome.
no idea.
And the
Wow.
car, Freddie Davis's car, the 1970 GTO that's the
Mhm.
car my dad always wanted to have. He's just, he wanted that one his whole life. So now I
Oh,
got him in a comic book. So I feel like he'd be pretty stoked.
I man, I thought I was like I locked this book in. I was like, I'm locking it in. This is going to be the next thing in September. Hearing that though, man, first of all, I'm sorry for the loss of your dad,
Appreciate
but
it.
to have him immortalized in your own book, man, that's incredible. So
Yeah.
I love that, and just like stuff like that, where I don't know if anyone else would really know that, So the fact that you can share that, I really appreciate you sharing that, man, because that's huge, and it just gives that next level of like emotional resonance for us as readers to go, man, this is something like personal for you, right? So
Yeah.
that's super cool that we get to kind of get an understanding of how important this character is, and the town and the car and all of it has some sort of meaning. So I love it.
Well, yeah, no, I appreciate you letting me chat about it. And honestly, I've really learned this thing in art in general, which is like you have to be unattached to the outcomes of your work.
Mm,
You can't. I don't know what people are going to buy. Like you can't know. There's trying to play things safe rarely works. So with this series, it's been super cool because of course, you hope people dig it, and obviously, you hope they buy it so that I can do more. But also, personally, for me, it's been so much fun to do it, and that in
mm.
itself, as a creator, is just like that's a gift, right? To have a publisher let you do something that is like, I mean, Nottingham was fun to draw, but it was also like, holy shit, David, how many horses? How many armies? How many armies are left? So I set this book in a small prairie town with very few backgrounds. It's all like
Yeah.
open lands, like very kind of Arizona-esque. So
Oh
it's been
wow.
fun to draw, and also far less castles than I've had to draw in like the
Yes.
last
Yeah.
5 years.
Kyle and I recently went over some illustrations from Simon Bisley that should be coming out on the channel sometime soon. And we were just talking about the anatomy of a horse is like impossible to draw, and then to draw multiple of them, and then to draw multiple of them, and then they're also moving at the same time. It's like I couldn't even imagine. Human anatomy and human physiques are difficult enough.
Wow.
Then I introduce a horse in there. It's like, oh my gosh.
My girlfriend, she's a professional horse and camel artist. So she does
Oh, no
Oh
shit.
wow.
she does it professionally over here in the Middle East. She makes a lot of money doing it. But yeah, I
Wow.
see her do it. It's not, she can't do a human. She can do horses and camels all day, but she cannot do a human. It's hysterical.
Well,
So
and it's cool because that's the thing about comic art. It's like you really don't have a choice to say like I don't really
mm,
like drawing this. When you become Mike Mignola, like when he started Hellboy, he was like no more big city cars and shit like that, and you can punch your own ticket. But man, if you're gonna make it in comics, it's like yeah, if they want you to draw a camel, get to it. Horses, they're running. Like okay, and again, you might not get it right, but like you give it your best shot.
earlier I think you mentioned you would love to see some of your rock musician metal fans and followers kind of come into the world of comics and what that might look like. How did you find your way into comics? Like what was your first, I guess, interaction with like a comic shop, or were some comics handed down to you? And then how did you move your way from being a fan of comics into now illustrating and winning that contest back in, I think you said 2019, was it
Yeah.
that you had? Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Well, Max, Kyle, Drew, I'm going to admit this to you. I've shied away from this.
It's a first exclusive.
I used to get comics, like my mom would go to the drugstore in the little town near where I grew up, and get you a comic book. It's like a cheap toy, kind of that sort of thing. And so I always had comics in my life, and my brothers would get them, and but it was like whatever, Superman, Spider-Man, lots of Star Wars stuff. I used to get the tracing paper, and so like I actually have some of these books from when I was a kid. And you can see how many times they trace Luke Skywalker. So that was like how I got like my first exposure. I always loved comics. But what I'm going to admit is that what got me hooked was Death of Superman.
nice.
And I know some people, the funny thing is you hear so many people shit on that series, and it's like, oh, DC just sold out because, obviously like McFarlane and Jim Lee with X-Men and shit, they were blowing up the industry. Yeah. So it was kind of like DC's answer to like, well, Jim Lee just sold 6 million issues. Like, what do you do?
Yeah, exactly. It was. Yeah, because if you go back to history on that, DC was third at that point. They were desperate. And
crazy.
They had to do everything they could. So, yeah. And it was,
but also
that, Shane, like when we were kids, Kyle will tell this. My brother will tell you this. Like, we got those issues early too. We got those issues from our uncle who ran a magazine distribution plant. And when we read that, kids, it blew our minds. Yeah. And we still love those comics.
Well, and it's like we could have like an 8-hour conversation on that alone.
Right.
But the thing I'll say about that series was like, this is, when did that come out? 1991, something like that.
92 or 93.
Yeah, something. Holy shit. Yeah. But like I grew up on the farm, right? We'd get into the city. The closest city to us was Saskatoon, where the band started and stuff. But like we didn't get there very often. And so I had no like access to any pop culture stuff, like 0%. So the Death of Superman stuff, like it was on the news, right? And so I was like, like 12 years old at the time. And I thought, well, that's a big deal. Like they're killing Superman off. And I thought like, so that because of that, I got my parents to take me to the city, and my mom and dad took me to my first comic shop. Didn't even know they existed at the time, right? Again, coming off the farm, you're like, oh shit, there's like whole stores they're just comic books. And I loved comics, but I'd never been in the world of it like that. Anyway, I started collecting that, and then that's just your gateway. So again, for as many people that will like to shit on DC for, it's a publicity stunt, but also it sparked a lot of people like me. It got us into comic shops. And because I got into the comic shop, it was like, oh my God, there's like, because again, I didn't know anything about indie comics. I'm a 12-year-old farm kid. I'm like, what would I know about this stuff? Right. Like, where am I? There's no internet. So once I was in that comic shop though, well, now it's like, I get my Superman books. But I'm also starting to pick up some other shit and starting to get, some of my first like Mignola stuff. And obviously I didn't know about Todd McFarlane, and all of a sudden I'm the biggest McFarlane fan. I'm like, holy shit, what is Spawn? Like, so I start, so that's really what got me into comics. And then after that, I was always doing art as a kid. I've always drawn. But like, and I wanted to be a comic artist after that. Like, especially, I will say this, like when I discovered Todd McFarlane, that was like, that's my shit. You could see probably like 5 years of like my teens where it's just like McFarlane knockoff shit. It's just not, and because I had no idea how to really draw anatomy and stuff, it's just a bunch of lines. It's a face. It's a poorly drawn face with like a million lines on it. But anyway, that's what really got me into it. And then I kind of like, I'd submitted some stuff as a kid, as most artists do. I wasn't ready. And I started doing some acting and stuff. That's kind of my third side thing that I do. But then I discovered music in like 2001 and blew my mind. I was like, okay, art I could do forever. I can draw pictures when I'm 90, but I might not be able to be a rock star when I'm 90 years old. So I kind of got swept up into music. I got into the band. We started, that's a very other long story, but we started doing really well, like a ton of touring. So art got kind of put on the back burner, though I was like designing t-shirts for the band and doing that kind of stuff. And then fast forward to 2019, my now wife, who was my fiance at the time, we were 2 weeks out from our wedding. And I decided kind of out of nowhere. I was like, you know what? I think it's time if I'm actually going to give comics a shot, because it was always kind of in the back of my mind that I want to do it at some point or give it a legitimate shot. I was like, time to take it seriously. So I sat down and I started to write and draw my own shit, drawing things off of scripts I found online, like trying to just learn the craft and all of that. And then 2 weeks before the wedding, I found this art contest. It was like, I was just Googling art contest thinking like, whatever, if I can get some feedback, from somebody, that'd be great. So the Mad Cave talent search popped up. I'd never heard of Mad Cave, totally out of comics really at this point, as far as knowing who is doing what. And then it was like a 5-page submission to use one of their characters. And so I did my submission and I was like, holy shit, I won. I was like, I'm probably going to need at least to submit like 2 or 3 times to something like this. But they obviously they dug the weird shit that they saw. And I actually, that was it. That's how I broke in. And like I said before, completely unprepared. And then I got thrown Nottingham, and David was, once I read David's script, I'm like, man, this might actually be good. Like, what if people actually read this shit? I might be in trouble. So that's, it was a lot of that. And it was my wife actually who, legitimately my skill level, I was like, look, I could like apply to this next year, like we've got the wedding and shit and just a lot going on, music and stuff was happening. And she's just like, no, like you got to do it. Like, if you're going to do this, like get into it. So, I mean, she's incredible. She's like got my back all the time, but she's the one that was like, man, enter the contest. Like, what if they say no? But what if they say yes? And then they did. And it's like, oh, okay, now I have 2 careers I have to try to figure out. And then the pandemic hit and it was just comics. And honestly, the only good thing that can come out of a bad situation like that is I got nothing but time to work on my craft. It was just draw. And we've talked a bit about how my work took a bit of a jump between the first and second series, but like all I was doing was drawing, that first, no lie, boys, that first book, 20 hours a day. I had a couple of days where I got up at 5, I started drawing. I went to bed at midnight or 1 and then get up and go, because I had to get the pages done and I was so slow. But I learned how learned how to speed it up. So that's
shows. Let me tell you,
I tried to make that a short answer. Well, thank you.
What would you say? What would you say was one of the hardest pages you've had to do? I'm very curious. What would you say was one of the hardest? Do you remember one that sticks out?
There's some stuff coming up in the next book, as I've mentioned, that there's different levels of hard when it comes to comic art, right? Like, I mean, no artist is stoked to see, an entire army comes to the gates and then an entire other army meets them. And then there's like, that's like heavy lifting shit, right? Like that, you just know that's a long day. You're like, okay, this is a long day. But honestly, some of the hardest stuff has been, I'd say, like you'd mentioned earlier about Marion and how like I've evolved drawing women. And honestly, that kind of stuff I would say is harder in this way that you're like, man, you're working on it and you know it's not right. You're just, and you can't, there's nothing more difficult than when you draw something and you're just like, I just know it doesn't look right. And I could trace this face, and I've done it. And it's actually a really good tool to have for aspiring artists. If you can't draw it, trace it. And then you're like, oh, okay. Oh, I'm like totally like, I've got these proportions all fucked up in my head.
Yeah.
So like, and I'm not saying trace work or trace other people's shit and put it in a book. Though, I mean, that's a Neil Adams staple is tracing. And that's right.
I was going to say that because I worked for Neil. Neil, I love Neil to death. And that is one of his things. Yeah. He said, if you don't know it, trace it, use a light box is one of the best things that you can do to learn your way, learn the craft.
Well, you're totally right, because one thing you can do is build like just a ton of bad muscle memory. So if you start, and again, tracing can be this crutch. And obviously we know examples of people that have like tracing other people's work. And it's just like, that's sacrilege. But there's people who they trace to this point of like, well, there's no art left really. This is just, this might as well be AI at that point. But I'm talking more about like, you can't get it. It's even the physical muscle memory of like, you draw this thing. Once you've traced it a few times, you're like, okay, now that's starting to make sense. Like the structure. And, but yeah, honestly, some of the hardest stuff, Marion's been weird because, in art, it's so strange. Like with the sheriff, that guy, I can draw him as ugly as possible. It always looks good. You look at Batman, long ears, short, like the design of that character is great. Any artist that draws Batman, it looks like Batman. It's cool. But you can take, again, like made Marion supposed to look very like almost uncomfortably stereotyped because of what her personality is. So trying to draw this like classic beauty, it's just not, it does not come super natural to me. So that took like, I would say that's hard as far as just like, man, you draw something and you're just like, I have taken way too long on this and it looks like absolute garbage. That's a hard moment as an artist.
By the way, you can be totally not PC here. So like if you're trying to say like, oh, she has like the Disney princess look or whatever it may be, like yeah.
No, I appreciate that.
Don't feel bad.
I appreciate it, but it is a thing, man, where representation in all ways is just like, it's a beautiful part of the industry, right? And but there's just when you're talking art, it's weird because you're actually like, this person has to be classically beautiful, right?
Sure.
And so it's like, it might, you're just talking nuts and bolts of how do you structure that face? How do you, same with when it comes to drawing heroic men, right? Like Superman's he's just this beautiful specimen. That's there's a little bit of a different skill set than drawing the sheriff, because the sheriff is just, the guy is what he is, just a beat down. He's not a great person either. And I wanted to really like have the physicality of that character reflect kind of just the fact that he's just, he's kind of a shitty person and himself. So
it reminds me of, it reminds me of the movie Blood Simple, kind of like toward the end, it's like you're only left with Frances McDormand at the end of that film. And she's not a great person either. And yet she is what you have to cling to. He is the Frances McDormand character from Blood Simple. It's like, he's not the worst, he's not the best, but he's who we got to root for right now.
Yeah.
And David did a great job of that, because I've seen some of the criticisms of Nottingham, funny enough, have been like, well, who's the good guy? It's like, if you're asking that question, stop reading this series. Like, there's so many things out there. Like, what, the point is that it's a bunch of people with every one of them have circumstances as to why they're doing what they're doing, but they're also not everybody's a upstanding human, And
I think that we have the Supermen in our lives and in our comics for that reason, is like an icon or an image to uphold, to like want to aspire to be that, right? Like we see Superman, or we see like our classic heroic figures, and we go like, I would love to aspire to be that thing, or aspire to live up to that standard of virtue and nobility and things like that. But Nottingham is a different story, and it's meant to be, and it's meant to be something that is more like you're not really sure exactly, like you said, who is meant to be necessarily our protagonist or our antagonist. It is a much more down to earth, like, man, these people are just getting by any way they possibly can, which is why it fits, like, because I think there are opportunities and spaces for each one of those stories. There's there are opportunities for our Superman stories where it's like, all I want to read right now is just an aspirational, optimistic thing. And then there are days where I'm like, I want to read Nottingham and just like completely get into the weeds of like how this guy's backstabbing this person, but then this one has an ulterior motive and is manipulating this person. So it's great, man.
Well, and there's room for all of it, right? Like, that's a great thing about comic books is I think there's so many people out there that they see what they think comics are in this like very like one lane, whereas it's like, well, that's your lane. But that's the beauty with comics, is that it's like there is infinite lanes that you can plug into and enjoy yourself. And it's like, so
it's pretty rad to see, and I hope that, I think that comic books has been pretty incredible with the type of, like, you get like noir, you've got mystery, you've got horror, you've got action, you've got superhero, you've got all types of different stuff. And I think that is why it's a storytelling medium that will go on like forever. Like, it's an art form and it's a craft that will live beyond our years. And I think because of the fact that it is so unique and that it has so many different genres and ideas. But I do want to be mindful of your time, because I want to I don't want to go over our allotted time. But
if you guys have more questions, I'll stick for a bit more. That's all good.
Oh, awesome. I did. Sorry, Drew. If you want to go ahead and ask one, because I've got one in the pipe as well. So go ahead.
Okay, so just as I'm curious, as the creative process, when you're working with David, when you get the script from him, how much would you say, not necessarily pushback, but how much are you times where you're like, David, I don't know about this panel. What if we do it from this angle? What if we take this out, just make this like a double pager? Is there much discussion like that? Or do you just stick to the script? Or what's that like?
Well, with David, his scripts are great already. Super well thought out. Like, he really breaks down even the fight scenes. Like, he has an idea how he's seeing it in his head that way. And he's really, he's working like a director in that way. And I'm just trying to bring his vision out. But of course, especially as I've gotten more comfortable and I'm starting to see things where it's like, well, as a writer, I can't speak to how David sees the stories as he's writing them, but oftentimes it's hard not to see things as a movie, I think, as you write. Yeah. Whereas it's comic art. So it's all, it's all still shot. It's all 2D, moment by moment. And you're so thinking as a more competent and comfortable artist. There have been times where I'm like, man, what if we like you just said, actually there was a moment in issue 4, which is exactly what you just said, Drew, where he had the Merry Men are looking up at Robin Hood standing on top of the castle. And that's an epic shot. But as I started laying it out, I'm like, well, that's Robin Hood's hero shot. And if we see it from the crowd looking up, that makes Robin Hood, this big in the panel. So I flipped it around to be a shot over Robin Hood's shoulder. So he's got the hero pose. And then you see kind of like, what I see on stage, which is like when you're looking out at the people like that, it's just an epic shot. And David's always been great for like, it's not even pushback. It's just ideas, his scripts are awesome. So there's not much room for me or any need for me to really, that's the shot right there.
There it is. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. Originally it was supposed to look up at him, but I'm like, that's just, that's the hero shot. Yeah. That's the hero shot right there. Right.
That's cool.
There's only, I will tell you, and I mean, this is for real. I think in, well, 15 books. I think we had one page that we were like, he wanted something. I really wanted something else. And, so like, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good, batting average, one page out of however many hundred that we were like, but of course, like, you also realized, what does it really matter? Like, that one page wasn't going to make or break anything, but, no, it's been pretty cool. And David's also been like, he scripts it, and he's, especially in this last series, he's like, if you see it a different way, just like, he's open. Like, he's a great writer. He's a better person. Like, David Hazan is just a beautiful human being. And just as like, he's learning the craft as I have, right? Like, those first books were his first. So we're just, he's trying to figure his shit out. I'm trying to figure out mine, but now we've worked together for so long that it's like a very, very cool, like, organic process for sure.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that is so rad to hear. Cause yeah, you don't really get the behind the scenes of how the writer and the artist get along. And with your new series, you're going to be doing both. Well, actually all three: writing, illustrating, and colors.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, I couldn't even imagine.
I'm a glutton for punishment, so I'm just like, people have warmed up to my art, so now they can shit on my writing and my color. So
I can't wait. Yeah, good.
Now you can't pass the buck on somebody else. Now you can't.
Oh, no,
I didn't write it.
Yeah, no,
exactly.
That's it. There's
Blame the editor.
I will tell you guys this. This has been a funny moment I had, because, like, I get a page from David, and I'm like, oh my God, like, oh, David, what are you doing to me? Like, come on, man, like, give me a day off, So there was actually a couple, like one page in particular in Prairie Gods, where I just had a natural reaction as the artist. I was like, oh my God, like, come on. And then I'm like, oh, you wrote this, dude. Like, you can't. It was just weird. It was like a weird out of body experience where I'm like, but
writer Shane screws over artist Shane. How about that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'll ask a question, and then we do have our main man Josh coming in again with another question. We'll kind of finish off with his. So you're successful musician. You've had an acting career. You're now a rising star within the indie comic scene. How do these seemingly disparate artistic endeavors and the way that you express yourself, how do they inform and kind of inspire each other? Because I don't know if you've heard of the band Coheed and Cambria, Claudio Sanchez. Does
absolutely
work because he's written the Amory Wars, which is his comic book series, which then informs the music and the albums, which are it's a space opera. It's like a sci-fi epic. So does one fuel your creativity in the other, or how does that necessarily work for you?
Well, I'm really glad that you asked that question, because it's funny. Again, my wife she's a superstar, and I was in a pretty dark place for a bit because, art is tough. Like, commercial art is tough. It doesn't matter if it's movies, music, comics, because you are, oh, I'm so fulfilled. And then, a week later, they're like, no one bought my record, or no, you go through, it's just this all the time. You're just taking hits all over the place. And especially, like, the band kind of got to a point where, like, we had a #1 hit in Canada, and then all of a sudden things kind of went down. It was just a weird, I just was really in my head and thinking, like, how am I gonna, what am I gonna do in music? And what am I, I got, and my wife said to me, she's like, the problem is you're not a musician. Like, you're an artist, period. Like, you're a creative. And that just, because I had at that point like 18 years of music, and you sort of go into like tunnel vision of like, if this thing, we got to keep going on this. And that advice opened my world, because I was like, there's so much shit that I want to do. And that was kind of the moment that I decided, time to shit or get off the pot with your art career. Cause like, you want to break into comics, you might want to do it before you're 70. But it's a great question, because something that came out of that as a few years went on, something really hit me, where I realized that you know, the thing that I'm the most addicted to as a creative is not the drawing, it's not singing, it's not writing, it is the creative process itself. Like getting an idea and bringing that idea into the real world as a real tangible thing is the thing that I love the most in the world. Like that's the thing that I can't get enough of it. And honestly, I wouldn't say that like one medium like informs the other. It's just that like they're all I never get tired of writing a song and recording a song and playing a song live. You know, it's always fulfilling. Coming up with an idea and drawing it, especially now that I can, right? Once you build that skill set and you actually can be like, holy shit, like you got a car exploding out of the air. You're like, and you can actually make that come alive onto a page. You're like, that's incredible. Like, you know, I haven't done as much acting, but even creating characters in that way, bringing a thing that was nothing into the real world to be seen and ultimately judged by people, which honestly doesn't bother me. Like I love it or hate it. It's like, that's the great thing about art. It's out there to be enjoyed, you know, subjected to criticism and all that other stuff. But I think, yeah, I think it's just the fact that the creative process just never, ever gets old. And the cool thing doing multiple stuff is that, you know, I'm at my drawing table right now. I'll sit here for 18 hours a day. Right. And so going and picking up my guitar and playing some tunes or like going on stage or like, it's a different release. So I'm grateful that I get to do different stuff. And honestly, starting to write was great too, because it's a different way to use your creativity. Like, you know, and also gives you an appreciation for what a writer has to do, especially in comic books. Like it's such compressed storytelling. I don't care if you're writing 50 book arc of Batman, there's still, you know, 20 to 24 pages. It's not like a movie. You can't let it breathe. You're like, you gotta like, you know, for a writer to be able to do that stuff time and time again, in such a short space of time. I mean, I can't get enough of it. So honestly, I'm grateful that I'm getting the opportunities to do more. And, you know, like I said, just, being able to do the creative process every day. It's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, speaking of your music, I was listening to a lot of your music last night, and I did notice. I don't know if you've noticed this. It's just me. One of your songs, "It Ain't Right." When I listened to that, this is Nottingham. That is the song for Nottingham. I don't know if you're like, you know what, this is the theme song for the book. I don't know if you ever realized that or.
Never thought of it that way, but honestly, that does make a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense because it's. I went through a short period of time where I listened to way too much Rage Against the Machine as a kid. So I was like, I was getting political. I had a message. I mean, I love Rage, but so that song in particular was like, you know, it was an anthem for my thoughts on the current political world of the time. But also, you're right. Who knew that 10 years later I'd have a comic series that perfectly fit that song, right? Because the main lyric is "It ain't right to put our lives in the hands of thieves and liars." Right. So you're right, man. That fits. That fits. that's wild, brand new. Man. That's brand new to me. That's great. It fits Nottingham. You
perfect.
Drew, you called it. That's it. I'm gonna call Mad Cave and I'll say, can we do a compilation record?
I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I'm out.
So once Nottingham gets optioned, you know, and it gets a TV series, we'll put the song as the that'll be the headliner, the what do you call it? You know,
well, it'd be like
the title song, the theme song.
Yeah, that's not self-serving at all. Hey, if I go to Mad Cave, like, can you also put my music in there? And can I also get a part? Come on.
Who would you be?
Man, you know what? It's funny. Like if that, and I know two actors that I'd love to see play the sheriff, but I would probably want to be a side character. It'd be just cool to be around that stuff. Or honestly, it'd be cool to just play. I'd love to play Will Scarlet because I get to have fun and get killed in like the first 5 minutes and just enjoy the paycheck.
Yeah, heck yeah, all the royalties.
Oh,
Yeah, no, that would be. I mean, the sheriff would have to sell the series, and you would need someone who you would need like a John Bernthal. I feel like who's just like gristled and who's got like a really stylistic face almost, but you would need someone who's not like conventionally, at least I feel like, I don't know, I could be wrong. You would need someone who's not conventionally like your Brad Pitts or your Bradley Coopers or something like that. You would need someone who looks like they've been through the Middle Ages or who's been through the Crusades and who has come home and is now a sheriff, right? So
totally. No, absolutely. And I mean, like I said, I don't want to be the one that puts gorgeous Hollywood stars out of work and replaces them with a bunch of everymen. But, you know, if that's going to be my legacy, I'll take it.
Hey, I mean, there have been every now and then I will watch a movie and I'm like, wait, that guy? Why don't they have like some, beautiful, handsome guy up there playing this role? But no, it's I think as long as they are a skilled actor and they envelop themselves in the role, I think I've always enjoyed the epics, right? And you look at something like Lord of the Rings, and I feel like there's so many of those characters are just perfect casting.
Oh, that's such good casting.
Yeah. So
honestly, the actor that would play the sheriff would have to get used to because I would demand as a co-creator, I'd say he has to have the like he'd have to get the contact lenses so that his eyes are all black with just the little white. He needs it.
That would be sick.
It looks sweet. Yeah.
That would be wild. Yeah. I like that. So finally, this is another super chat from our good friend Josh McDonald. Thank you so much, Josh, for $10. He says, this is the second time within a month now where we have heard an incredible creator say, what if I don't? And then their wife steps in as their rock to say, yeah, but what if they do? Jim Zub was actually, Kyle, myself, Drew, and Josh had the opportunity of meeting Jim in Dallas for Dallas Fan Expo, Dallas, Texas. He was down there. He was getting awarded from the Robert E. Howard, like Conan.
Oh, wow.
It was incredible. They were down there in Texas, awarded him this beautiful Robert E. Howard, ceremonial award for his new Conan series that he's been doing through Titan Publishing. And initially he wasn't sure if they were going to choose him for the series. And his wife was the one to kind of push him to say, put in your script, put in your idea to write this new book. And he's like, yeah, I don't really think so. And she's like, what's the worst they could do? Say no. And he's like, well, I mean, or they say yes. Right.
Yeah.
So, and so I really appreciate you sharing that with us as well, Shane, because as Josh alluded to here, we've now heard two creators who, with these incredible marriages, their wives have been their rocks to say, you know what, go for it. Why not? Right. Because sometimes we're our own worst critic. And when we have our rock, when we have someone else there to kind of support us, it can be an incredible opportunity. So
yeah, no, that's a great story. Very, very cool story. And it's just, there's these things that happen in your life where you feel super lucky. And obviously when you find your person, that's what they do is they help you see things that you're not seeing or, cause I don't really have a hard time putting myself out there. But I'll do it, kind of on my time. But in that case, she's like, just do it. Let's put it this way. Sometimes you need a kick in the ass and coming from the person you love the most, it's like, it doesn't hurt as bad.
Yeah. No,
very true.
Like it.
Yeah.
Well, I think that should just about do it. I was going to say the next time that you'll see us, we'll be giving you a hard time for your writing abilities and
I can't
Prairie
wait.
Dogs a little bit.
I honestly, I can't wait. You guys let me have it. You know what? I'm ready for it.
No, we believe me, if we thought that there was something with your art that we could just completely trash and like rip apart, we'd give you a heads up. But no, man, I mean, seriously, this Nottingham series has been incredible, and we try and like scream it from the mountaintops because we just keep telling people, guys, if you guys aren't enjoying Marvel and DC, or if you guys are looking for something different, go to Nottingham right now and check out Prairie Dogs in September, because we're trying to get people to engage with a lot of these like smaller, like you've got Titan Press putting out bangers. You've got Mad Cave doing all y'all stuff. There's some really incredible. Skybound is doing the Transformers GI Joe series and stuff. So there's some really great stuff out there that just not a lot of people know about. So hopefully we can get the word out.
Yeah, I honestly, I appreciate it so much. I know, like publishers like Mad Cave, like they're doing really well, but of course, like you want to be doing better all the time. And the cool thing with something like Nottingham, Prairie Gods obviously is going to be the same. It's like, we're not asking you to commit to a 50 issue run. And that's kind of the cool thing. Like, go pick up the trade. Like it's no secret that volume 3 is the end of Nottingham. Like that's it for my run. They may take it places, but it's I'll say it's a pretty definitive end. So that's kind of the cool thing with a lot of these indie books. Unlike, again, Batman, you're like, where do you start? Oh my God. I feel overwhelmed. I pick up issues if I think the art is cool, but I'm like, I don't have time to invest in the storylines. Like, it's too much. But these books, they're great because you can jump into Nottingham, read 5 issues, and you get a cool story. And with Prairie Gods, it's like, man, you could read 1 issue. Hopefully it's fun, right? Because that's the point also of Prairie Gods, is that it's like, there's a lot of great hard hitting, people have a lot of like messages and things they want to get out. I'm just like, I'm writing B movies, man. I want you to go to the theater, eat some popcorn, and be like, man, that car chase was crazy.
Yes.
Yeah.
The end.
I love to hear that, man.
Tom Savini, the special effects guru, he said it best. People go to the movies to see stuff happen. And that's why I want to bring this comic. I want to see stuff happen. They don't go to movies to see people talking at great lengths for an hour and a half. Some do, but not a lot. But we go to the movies to see stuff happen. And I want to see I want to see stuff happen in this book. Yeah,
and you will. Trust me.
Shane, it's refreshing to hear you say that, because I think with your music, like you said, you've had some really strong and powerful lyrics that have shared your feelings about certain topics or certain issues that you feel are like really passionate and close to you. And as the listener, we feel that, and we can be like, man, I resonate with that, or I understand this feeling that you're having or where you're coming from. But with this new series, it sounds like you're almost just kind of wanting to entertain people and just going like, you know what, like, that's, people can have underlying themes and nuanced takes on this thing or that thing, but for this, it's just going to be a fun time for people to enjoy, and I think that's really refreshing. So I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you saying that, because there's, again, I want to have a pathway for people to get into this stuff, and there's so many amazing books, like and some of the stuff that David's got coming out right now, like Kosher Mafia is going to be awesome, and he's Death Drop Drag Assassin is like, I did a backup cover on that. Like, there's people with like amazing stuff, amazing messages. And, for me, I'm just like, yeah, with this one, I think I also, coming off Nottingham, I'm like, holy shit. Like, I had to draw a panel with a guy getting his face melted off with some burning oil. And so I was like, it's time for me to just lighten it up for a couple, couple of fun reads. Like, when we were doing a ton of touring, everybody in the band, we get into deep stuff. We talk life and all the things, but then, man, sometimes you're just like, I pick up like Keith Richards' bio, and just be like, that's fun. It was nice to spend a few moments of, and the last thing I'll say before I go, also, is that, like, something that I've loved about the arts in general is it is like one of the only things in the world that brings people together, like truly brings them together. Right. And I mean, we're living in a time where it's just like politics, this and that. Like, are you on this side? Are you on that side? Everybody's got some opinion about how everybody else should live their life. And it's just like, it's so noisy that like music, comic books, movies, it's like you can sit down beside somebody that you don't know or give a shit what their political alliance is. And it's cool to be able to, and obviously there's a time and place to get deep about stuff. There's like real heavy shit happening in the world, but like sometimes bringing people together to just like enjoy a story and be like, that was cool. That was a cool, like 20 minutes of my life. That was fun. You can share that with friends and stuff like that. That's my favorite thing about art. It's like, it just brings people together. And I love that.
Absolutely, man. Like I said, I appreciate you saying that and sharing that. Cause I think during this period of time, even for comic books, it's, there's nothing more that I enjoy than having these conversations, because like you said, it doesn't, there are times to have those deep moments, and those can be intimate and really heavy. But then there are moments to just like enjoy a piece of art or enjoy a creator and their process and how they've created this book or whatever. So we appreciate you coming on here and just hanging out and having a chat with us, because it gives us a better envisionment of like what you do and how you are as a creative in all these different mediums. And then it gives other people who are maybe watching like incentive to go, you know what, maybe I should start my comic. I've been putting it off for all these years, you know what I mean? And so, but yeah, it's a weird time right now. And we're grateful that you took the time to come out and hang out with us tonight, because it means a lot. So I appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys so much, honestly. And I will say this, it is a weird time now, but you've read Nottingham. It's always been a weird time. It's the world.
Right? Just
very true.
Time periods have changed.
I've always said that.
That's the only difference.
Yeah, I've always said that to people that are like, man, it's never been so bad as it is now. I'm like, man, go back to the 1200s. You'd probably say like, it's crazy here. Like, can I just go home and watch some TV? Like, I just put on some baseball because like this sucks. But no, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for having me on. And I got a Conan piece to work on here pretty soon. So I best get to
work. Yeah. Can't wait, brother.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Eh?
Of course, yeah. Thank you, and we'll reach out in September again and see how the book's coming once Prairie Gods comes out. Is there any place that we can find you, or that the audience can find you? I know you've got Instagram, but like, what would you like to shout out if there's anything that you'd like to kind of promote?
If you want to see a lot of my art stuff, Instagram, I've got 2 accounts. You can go to Shane Connery Volk. That's kind of my personal page. But Art of SCV is like strictly art. It's just, it's just my art stuff. So either or, if you go to Shane Connery Volk, it'll link you there too. You can go to my website, shaneconneryvolk.com. I'm on X/Twitter. I won't let Elon have that. So it's Twitter/X or X. Yeah, there you go. There's the website. There's a show from last summer. That was a good time. So website, go to Instagram. From time to time, I pop up on Facebook, but Instagram's kind of the main one where you'll see me putting up a lot of stuff.
Heck yeah, man.
Awesome.
You've got tons of your art up on here. You've got all your music up on here. It looks like, we actually really liked, I think you'd done the Enterprise.
Oh
yes. Yeah.
I think
was
it was
fun,
on your
man.
commissions list or something, but
if you go to art, not buy art, just go to art. That's just some. Go to original.
Oh, maybe original.
Maybe it's
there. We go. Yeah. Dude, this is insane.
Yes.
So good.
Actually, if you guys, I'm not really doing this anymore. Every now and then I'll drop in an episode. I was doing during COVID. I was doing something called the Midnight Drawer. So there's a bunch of videos up there. Those ones you just had, or just you can see me draw. You can see my process. So, but yeah, that Enterprise, it turned out pretty cool. I was pretty happy with that one.
I was stunned. I was astonished by this one, especially because we're so used to seeing something a little bit more messy and just kind of emotional. And then something like the Enterprise, it's like, it has to be perfect proportions. It has to be like everything is, I saw this and I was like, my gosh,
It
that's
took me a minute. It took me a minute to do. And trust me, if you think there was a lot of whiteout on your piece, that Enterprise basically is just a whiteout.
It's just all yeah.
all whiteout model with like some ink on top. Yeah. So
looks about right. But well, we will let you go. Thank you again, Shane. We will like I said, we'll reach back out in September. And guys, yeah, if you haven't already, go check out his Instagram, his website. He's got all his art there and all his music up there as well. So please go support Shane. And if you guys haven't yet, I think you can get the trade paperbacks for Nottingham now. And his last 2 issues or last issue, 14 or 15 issues.
There is issue 13 came out last week, I think.
Past week.
Yeah.
And then I think you've got issue 14 and 15 coming out, or maybe it's just 14.
14 and 15 will be coming. So
cool.
Yeah, I think actually you can pre-order 15 right now, and you can pre-order Prairie Gods Race the Devil right now as well.
Nice. Heck yeah. Well, thank you again, man.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks,
Absolutely.
Shane.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
See you, man.
So we will drop him. It has been, absolute pleasure to have him on here, and I'm very thankful for the time. And like he said, I think he was kind of talking about it there towards the end. We don't necessarily have to agree on everything, right? And I'm sure that there are things that we don't. But the fact is, he's an incredible artist, and I want to talk to him about his art and how he's done this stuff, you know. And it's just such a cool opportunity to get an insight into, like, for Prairie Dogs or Gods, I would have had no idea that the main character is kind of based off of his dad, and that the car is a car that his dad would have loved, and just like stuff like that. It's like, man, we would have had no idea if we didn't get a chance to talk to him. So that stuff is so cool. But
no, it's great. When you get these people away from their Twitter and you only can hear them talk bullshit about whatever's going on right now, it's like, well, this guy's a piece of shit. But you talk to him face to face, it's like, oh no, you're a real person. Right. Like, that's not who you are. So no, that is nice.
Yeah. I will say I apologize if we didn't get to all the questions tonight, because Drew and Kyle, I know that you guys had some as well. I think I still have 6 questions on my list of like 10 or 12 that I didn't even get to ask. So that just means that we have to bring them back in September. So.
Right.
Absolutely.
Talk shit. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, chat, you guys have been awesome and have been so patient. And so I apologize that I have not gotten a chance to see you guys earlier. But we did have a member for 24 months coming in hot. Cajun Corey, he says, just so you know, my channel membership renewed on July 4th. America. F yeah, baby. Hell yeah, dude. Murica. I love it. Murica. Thanks, Cajun. I appreciate the re-up on your membership, man, for 2 whole years. That is awesome. Thank you, sir. We've also got Dominic Mason becoming a YouTube member. Thank you, Dominic. Greatly appreciate that as well. And we have Zaxx for a member for 25 months. Dang, Cajun, he beat you out by a month. He said, could we see a Robin Hood collab? Please, no. Did you guys ever watch that show?
No, wasn't for me.
Robin Hood?
Robin.
It's almost spelled like good ying.
It actually is.
It is kind of spelled like good.
It unfortunately is. Yeah.
Robin.
Yeah. Good ying. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, MG. I'm glad that we got to shout you out a little bit, because Shane was like, I know who this guy is.
Oh, that piece of shit. Oh, I know.
Oh, that guy. Right. So. Drew said that he just lost his internet, but he will be right back. He will be returning shortly. So, but yeah, Kyle, any insights from the interview? Like I said, man, I'm so sorry that we didn't really get to have like a more well-rounded, like kind of full conversation of all 4 of us. But yeah, was there anything that you took from that from Shane?
No, no, you guys were hitting a lot of the questions that I had or would have. Again, like Drew, it's like I wanted to know more about the process. Just with me starting working with an artist back and forth.
Mm.
Like I just got pages today. Like he just sent me 5 more pages, and he's like, "Hey, here are my roughs. What do you think?" And so then I have to go through all 5 pages, and then so what I do is I take his roughs, I put them in a Word document as opposed to notes. He doesn't handle notes. I'm like, "Can I put it on a notes and then just link you to it, and I can just update it live?" And he's like, "I don't know what that is." I'm like, "Fuck."
No.
Much easier for me, but that's
Damn
fine.
it.
So I just create a Word document. I put his roughs over into the Word document, and I have a living document over there, and I just page 7 notes. Here's what I have, because and I'll put my script up right next to it and what he wrote, because again, I let him know, I'm like, "Hey, I wrote my script several years ago, so it's like I have page 7, panel 1, this shot, panel 2, panel 3, panel 4. I'm like, "Hey, if you think this is a 3-panel page, by all means, if you think it works better with 3, do 3 or 6 or 8 or whatever you think."
Yeah.
But here's kind of what I was envisioning with this page. And I noticed he changed some things on certain pages. I'm like, "Hey, I noticed I wrote 8 panels here. You have 6. Like, did you think that this wasn't enough, or did you have a different thing in mind?" So that process, hearing him talk about that was awesome. So
yeah. That is pretty cool, man. It always like astonishes me. I almost said flabbergasted, but that's a bad word. It astonishes me, the creative process and just how much collaboration there is, and like just how much you do kind of have to sacrifice sometimes in terms of like, well, actually I was thinking about doing this, or I wanted this shot, or could we do this, or if you think this is better, maybe it would work better in this, and so you're constantly having to be a team, to have this team up and have this like really good communication, which is difficult to do,
and it's trying to convey that message.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're working with a team that like me, like when you're a team that can't speak English and you're having to provide photo references for these artists, how exactly you want it, that could be extremely difficult. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, the guy I work with is Italian. I can tell he uses text to speak or something else, and it's just a little different.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you have an Italian artist though, because these guys from Italy, Spain, Europe, like they're the best artists in the game right now. I mean,
they're on their shit. They're on it.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think of what I was going to bring up next, because I'm kind of like, well, what do we do now?
Well, that's it.
That's it for me, everybody. Have a good night. No, I just kind of refocus and like be like, all right, this is what we got next. Speaking of which,
we should have had him sit through a bunch of the dog shit comic books this week and been like, "Now on to Shane. Let's talk about something good."
But see, what's so funny is like he mentioned multiple times, he's like, "I'm not one of those guys who shits on comics." And I'm like, "Oh, don't worry, because we do. We do.
Trust me, we'll do it for you.
We'll do it for you. You just create it. We do our thing. Don't you worry about that.
But hey, other artists have shit talked other artists. It's not uncommon.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you want to look at all the truth bombs, all the napalm John Byrne has dropped on creatives in the past, or what Neil Adams has dropped on people in the past. Woo-hoo, man, it's scorched earth.
Yeah.
True.
Well, let's talk about this, shall we? So, kind of moving from our previous from our interview, did you guys so Conan came out this week, issue number 12, and it was the wrap up, it was the final issue of Jim Zub's first kind of story arc, and now they are going to be introducing Conan Battle of the Blackstone. Did you guys see this by chance?
I did, and Stuart Sager, there he is. He's got one of the covers coming up.
Dude, this cover, Chef's kiss.
Yeah,
Nice.
I'll tell Stuart. I'll tell Stuart that. I'll tell him you gave him a chef's kiss.
Please do. This
Okay.
thing looks so sick. Like, but yeah, I'm not so sure about this one, but this is like,
Hey.
it's the Tony Fleek style, so that's fair.
Yeah.
Ugh. Ugh. The fuck is that? Is that AI?
You know what it looks like? It looks like the.
Who's that fucking Sirens Gate piece of shit?
It looks like Sirens Gate. I was just about to say. It looks like the click and choose, click and point and click. Your choose your own.
Yikes, that looks bad.
This is your choose your own adventure, virtual comic.
Yikes.
So. But yeah, the Stuart Sanger, man, that thing looks freaking sweet.
That's it.
This one looks good. It's okay. And then this one's kind of. Gerardo Zaffino's done so much better stuff. I don't know why this was the cover they chose.
It comes across as boring. It's not. I hate to say boring, but it's not as dynamic as I thought as I'd hoped to be. It's okay. It's not great.
Yeah.
That's not the main cover, is it? That's the main cover. Oh
this
God.
This is cover A, bro. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Like, dude, why not? And even
that's cover A.
Like Stewart even at the end of
Jesus,
yeah, at the end of the Conan book, this was their coming soon page. So yeah. I hope that they make this cover A because it deserves to be. But I mean, I don't know, man. Weird. Oh well. But sorry, you couldn't see that because I wasn't sharing it. My bad. Let me try that. Let me try that again. Now we're talking. So yeah, the end of this Conan page. Here it is. It says coming soon. So this was at the back of the book.
Yep.
So I'm like, oh, this is going to be cover A, but I guess not. I don't know.
They knew it was going to be, but then they got that.
Maybe. Battle of the Blackstone, an epic new Conan event from Heroic Signatures and Titan Comics, is coming this September from Jim Zub and Jonas Scharf.
Sounds a little racist. Can't we just say stone? Does it have to be black stone?
Can't be the ebony stone?
Yeah, that sounds a little harsh.
Can it be the people of color stone?
There we go.
There we go. I think that sounds a little bit better.
That's better.
The thick melatonin stone.
Conan of Samaria is haunted by shadows, living nightmares connected to a mysterious eye symbol etched in black stone. An unspeakable evil looms over the Hyborian age and every age connected to it, and it will take more than a lone barbarian to stop its relentless march upon time, space, and sanity. Issue 1 hits comic book shops on September 4th, and yeah. So what's interesting is that, so we're going to get Jim Zub writing Battle of the Blackstone. We're going to get Jim Zub writing the main title, Conan the Barbarian. And then are we also going to have him on Savage Sword of Conan, which is the magazine?
Ooh.
That's a lot.
Jesus, how do you keep it all straight?
I know. It's a lot.
Same
It's
character.
like Jed McKay and all of his Marvel projects he's doing at once.
Oof. Speaking of Jed McKay, we need to talk. We need to have a serious conversation here. All right. Like, it was fun to have Shane on and talk about like actual good comics. Guys, we need to have a conversation about this.
Oh, we're gonna do. Is this like a Jim? It's gonna be like a Jim Rome. All right, we're gonna talk about Jim McKay here.
What the hell are we doing with these titles?
All I know is that I read The Exceptional X-Men in the back, and I laughed my ass off. Just how bad.
Oh no!
Yeah, it was something.
It is hysterical.
It's awful.
Yes.
I mean, we'll get to it in just a second. But initial thoughts, and if you could lock in one of these, I mean, I can barely lock in one.
But lock in?
If you could give a solid lock to one of these, which one would it be? I'm going to be right back.
I don't know.
Look, the one I am looking forward to. I know Doc wasn't excited for it, but hey, that's Doc. The one I want to read is Sentinels. I think Sentinels, to me, is the outlier amidst all this shit, all this redundant, repetitive, boring shit. Sentinels is the one that's different. Sentinels is the one where you have legit Sentinels hunting down mutants. And if we get if they come out swinging and there's like a legitimate body count, there's a mutant a high up mutant taken out in the first issue or so, and there's no Krakoa rebirth protocols, then okay, we are making a statement here. There are stakes here, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, I'm not looking forward to any of this shit. Like, I don't want to read
fair.
any of it. I'm so over X-Men right now.
But wait a second. You're not looking forward to Mark Russell's?
No, I'm not at all. No one is.
Kyle,
not even Mark
you're
Russell.
Mark Russell's biggest fan.
Yeah, I can't go with him on this journey. I can't.
So,
God.
For those of you who don't know, this comic just, I guess this is a preview comic, right?
In a sense, yeah.
Yeah. So this preview comic, or this preview, just came out this past week. From the Ashes, A New Beginning, and it was kind of a Marvel free spotlight on the next iteration of all the different X-Men titles and all the different creators that are going to be on this new X-Men line, because we've got the Uncanny X-Men, Exceptional X-Men, Nyx, X-Force, Phoenix, Wolverine, Dazzler, X-Factor, Sentinels, Storm, and Mystique.
I just want to remind people. I want to remind people.
Yeah.
Sorry, Exceptional X-Men. The pitch is Kitty Pryde as a barista. That is not hyperbole. That is the truth. That is what she's doing in that book.
Once we get to it, it makes so much more sense.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. But I did think that this was kind of interesting. In the foreword of this, preview, we've got Tom Brevoort in his infinite wisdom, but he says the goal of this new line is to have an X book for every reader's taste. He needs to underline that, bold that, circle it, put it in red, make it a thumbnail. For every reader's taste, a sprawling variety of approaches to the material. Now, we were actually just talking with Shane Connery Volk about how unique the comic book storytelling medium is because, like, out of all of these titles, right? Out of all of these new X books, there is probably like maybe a mystery or a noir or a horror or more of like a superhero-esque or maybe a whatever it may be, right? And out of those different genres or out of those different characters, there's bound to be at least one that's like, you know what, this one's for me, and that's why this, like, I'm really going to choose this one. But guys, I genuinely, I can't think of one that I am like, that's my lock it in pick, or like this comic was made for me. Maybe Wolverine, and that's a stretch. Do you guys feel the same way, or is it just me?
No, you're not wrong. I mean, like I told Kyle, you think you stepped away. The one I am kind of looking forward to right now, based on the pitch, is Sentinels. Despite what Doc said with Wes on her channel, that the series, that's the one I'm looking forward to. I think that could be good. That could be the one outlier that will be different from the rest. But we'll see what happens. All the rest just sound like redundant, repetitive shit. But we'll see what happens.
Who's the creative team on Sentinels?
I'm not too familiar with their names. Honestly, it's like their names don't sound too. Yeah, Alex Packnadell and Justin Mason. I'm not too familiar with them.
Justin Mason. Huh.
Yeah. So
sounds made
that
up.
could be a good thing.
It sounds made up. I wonder if that is a good thing, right? That we're like, I don't really know these names. But I mean, Declan Shelby on Mystique, reminding the world to hate and fear her. I'm
sorry. He is after reading his Thundercats run, he is probably one of the worst artist writers I've ever read in my life, and
Oof.
that's saying a lot. Because we said some things about Todd and his writing, but Declan's writing, woohoo, man, it's up there.
It's something else.
Yeah.
Now, what do you guys think about Dazzler? The reason why I think they're doing Dazzler is simply one person, Taylor Swift. That's the only reason why I feel like they're doing Dazzler at all.
Hell yes, I'm there.
Absolutely.
Oh god. Kyle said no to every one of these books except for Dazzler, and he's here for it.
No, anything related to T Swift, I'm there. So
Kyle's a Swiftie. All right. Juffiel. Yeah, no,
on the inside.
I think they're trying to get the Swifties into comic books. Who knows?
Yeah.
But I look at these and I go, all right, who's the demographic, right? Exceptional X-Men is for 12 to 18, 21-year-old women
who are retarded, yes.
Or like non-binary, gender ambiguous people, okay? That's
who don't like drama, who don't like excitement.
No, who love drama but don't actually like good storytelling.
I was gonna say, yeah, like drama as in like interpersonal drama, but not like heightened, exceptional, violent drama.
Right. The regular X-Men series, probably for your regular normie.
It's for your it's for the author.
No,
and the writer. That's who it's for.
Jed McKay is writing this for people who collect Funko Pops.
Or that too, or who have collected every issue of X-Men and can't stop for some stupid fucking reason.
Correct. Uncanny X-Men, written by Gail Simone.
That's for Gail Simone.
I don't know, man. That team with Wolverine, Gambit, Rogue, that's a good team.
Well, you know what? Hey, all I gotta say is Gail Simone, real quick. This summer/fall, she's got some projects in the works, and I'm gonna be holding her feet to the fire because she's got her Action Comics run coming out with Eddie Burrows on the art. I'm gonna see how good and or bad that is, and then we got this. So we're gonna see if she stepped her game up or if she's still gonna be the Olive Garden aunt, eating all the breadsticks and soups as much as she wants.
More breadsticks, Alejandro? Yeah. I mean, Gail kind of left the industry for a while, and now she's back on 3 different books, and it's like, whoa, okay, all right. I guess
she was with Lionforge until Lionforge completely folded, like Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl. But then she just kind of ventured in the middle of nowhere, and now she's back because, like, as we know, because Rob Liefeld said they couldn't get anyone. No one wanted to work on the X-Men. And so I guess she was like on the Z list, like Kathy Griffin. She's the Kathy Griffin of comics. There you go. That's what you got.
Now, I will say this art is pretty dope. I like the art a lot.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie. This looks really good.
Sure.
However,
hold on a second. Who's the colorist on this?
Let's see. Does it say? I don't know if it says. We just know Gail Simone and someone else. Okay.
I think I know who that is. Hold on a second. I'm going to look it up.
But looking at this, I don't understand necessarily. It's a preview issue, right? So we're not going to get all of it, but it does seem odd that they're chasing after a dragon. What are they here for?
I mean, it did not entice me to want to read the fucking book. I saw that and I'm like, don't give a fuck. Don't care.
That's fair. That's fair. The only reason why I'd be there for it is because of these characters, right? These 3 characters. If Gail can hone her ability to write these characters in their like legacy form where it sounds like them, maybe I'll read it, but I don't understand maybe the plot that they're trying to go with. So who knows? And Nightcrawler is going to be on that team. So like out of everything, I think Uncanny is probably going to be the one that I'd most likely say is going to be the better of them. Not the best, but it'll be the better of them.
For how long?
We'll
How many
see.
issues are you giving it?
4.
A lot of faith.
4 is
sad
pretty
that 4 is a
conservative.
lot of faith now.
I know, right? Yeah.
Jesus.
Now, when we look at Wolverine, the art in Wolverine is like, mwah, it's just so damn good. If this is this is the interior that we're going to get throughout every single panel and page, I think we got something good here with Wolverine.
But who's writing it?
Saladin Ahmed. Ahmed.
Oh yes, the one person
yes.
who is pretty much drug Daredevil down into the shitter. That's Saladin Ahmed.
Yes,
Yep.
the one who said that Elektra as Daredevil is better than him. So,
Which is true.
so when are we going to get, which issue are you guys thinking that X-23 is going to come in and say that she's better than Wolverine?
Probably midway through the first issue.
That's what I would say. He'll be dead by issue 1.
Oof. Oh, gosh. So we've gone through Uncanny X-Men, we've gone through Wolverine. Let's see, adjectiveless X-Men. Other than the art, which I like, this doesn't give me any. Why is this a preview issue of like nothing that happens, and the first thing that we do see is Cyclops being ridiculed?
How old is he supposed to be? He looks like he's 18.
Yeah, he does look really young.
Yeah, I have a weird age with him.
They all look young. Quinn Inquirer looks like he's 15. Beast looks like a fucking freak.
Beast looks fucking retarded. Like he looks retarded, and I think he might have Down syndrome. I don't know, but it looks
the
odd.
eyes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what happened here. It's like, like I said, Stegman is great. He's doing the art for this, right?
He is a great artist, but I'm not gonna lie, Kyle, I think you agree. Vanish, other work, it looked a lot better than this.
A lot
100% better than this. This looks better. Phoned in, quick, down and dirty. Don't spend too much time figuring out how old these characters are, when this takes place, why it takes place, anything like that.
Yeah. MG says, stop giving Marvel money, force them to pull you in. Make them pull you into it. Stop giving them the benefit of the doubt and paying into it for absolutely no reason.
Yeah,
what do you guys think about that? Now I'm asking y'all.
That's you. You're like, no, I got to give this a shot. I agree and disagree. I mean, we have a YouTube channel. We have to read this shit. So
yeah, it is kind of our job. So,
but yes,
but
I would agree.
And he's we've been reading. Kyle, I've been reading Independence since I was in fucking middle school, high school, and it's amazing the gold you can find there. But Shane had brought it up briefly. I was hoping we could talk more about it. We didn't get a chance to. Is that there are people who will read nothing but Marvel, or read nothing but DC, or read nothing but the big two. That is it. They will not read outside of that. It's like we got to figure out a way to really get them out of that mold. It's like they're mocking you. These creators, these teams, they're fucking mocking you, just taking your money and laughing their way to the bank. Get away from that. Go read these great independent books that are much better, more well written, better art, and the creators respect you. Get away from this crap. This is just lazy shit. All of this is just lazy shit. All this art looks the same. I'm sorry, none of it looks strikingly different in any way.
I would say that there is a book this week that the art looked so bland, I was almost angry because I was like, it was like so generic and so just copy paste that I was like, there's no creativity here. There's no inherent like willingness to just like really get into it and just really like have fun or really try something new.
In Conan, I agree.
Ooh, bad take. Bad takes.
Bad
over
take.
here from the Swifty. But I will say Stegman has a very distinct style. And I
Yeah,
would say that
he's-
the
and
artist
it-
for Wolverine has a distinct style. But
Yes.
absolutely, absolutely. But we're going to
but-
see what the writers do with them.
correct.
If these writers are just going to have them sitting around playing Johnny Fuck talking about their day, why the fuck are we here? Why are we reading Wolverine? Why are we reading X-Men? I don't give a shit. Fucking slash someone. Fuck it. We're here to see battles. We're not here to see them talk. This is not dinner with fucking Andre. Get into some fucking action.
I think now more than ever, we do need to see our X-Men in action because normally I would say there's nothing wrong with having a conversation, right? Like Chris Claremont did that a lot with his X-Men stories, but they
had to bring him in. They tried to, his editors,
Yeah.
Luis, it's like, because they will say he wanted to have dinner with Andre in his books. And it's like, you can't do that all the time. You can't fucking do that. You got to have action in here.
And so now at this point in time, for the past 5 years, 10 years, how long have we had Krakoa? It's like, we're done. We're done with Krakoa. Get over it. We're now moving into, let's see if we can actually get these guys to have some fun action and do some really great stuff. But like when I look at this, it looks like they're going back to their just their same old ways. Mainly, well, one, because you've got Stephanie Phillips on Phoenix. Once again, art looks beautiful. Art looks really incredible.
Mhm.
Stephanie Phillips, has she done anything of note that has really made me like say, wow, that was a beautiful story? Nyx, I mean, this is like for tween girls
Who don't read
I
comics?
guess-
Yes.
who don't read comics.
Well, not just that, you have Dumb and Dumber writing it. So you
Are they?
don't expect
Oh
any
my
great
god,
things.
they are. I didn't even realize that Colin Kelly and Jackson Lansing are writing this.
So it's for retards who don't read comic books and can't read. So
Oh, this is gonna be so okay. Hold on. Is Nyx, and we'll get to it, is Nyx gonna be worse than Exceptional X-Men?
I think so. I think
that'll
not
be
by
a fun
much.
debate.
That'll be fun.
It's going to eke it out. It's,
No
Well, we
way.
could do that each week. Which was worse this month?
Which one's worse?
Yeah, that'll be fun.
X-Force looks pretty fine? Question mark?
Nah.
But like, let's get to. Oh, don't even get me started about the influencer
Celebrity
X
government
Factor.
work- The
Celebrity government
influencer.
influencer. Yeah.
God.
Who's that liberal kid who's been posting on Twitter all the time, who's got the little poofy hair, who's always like Biden's the best, and like this is him in X Factor. So
I don't have Twitter. I don't know.
he's the bought and paid for politician kid who makes
Sure.
all the TikToks. Chat, you
Nope.
guys know who I'm talking about,
I
right?
was like, I don't.
But I don't know. So here's the kicker. Here's the one that I'm like, who is this made for? Who on earth is this made for? Evel Ewing with exceptional X-Men, all-female team.
Yes.
Look at these concept designs, guys.
Is that a guy or a
Look at-
girl? Listen, go back to the page. Go scroll back up. Scroll up
The-
with that main character.
You can't ask those questions, Drew. That is not nice of
I
you.
have to.
That
I'm
is.
like,
I mean, can't you tell with the concept design?
no, it looks
These
like
are
a guy in drag.
these are all
It's seriously.
women. I think.
It looks like a guy in drag.
I don't know.
I
It
mean,
looks like Doku Man came in here and tried to draw some shit. I honestly don't know.
it reminds me of the David or the Daniel Kibblesmith, New Mutants or whatever it was.
Yeah, New Warriors.
this is
yeah.
what-
New Warriors, yeah.
New Warriors. That's what this looks like. Like, so this little
Look at that. Is
bit
that a
that
guy
we
or a
get.
girl?
It's a girl,
Oh God.
but the premise of these panels, the premise of these pages is for some reason, or for no reason. Sorry, I don't want to say for no reason. The bouncer says entry is at the discretion of the venue and the management. Right now, I'm the management. And she goes, I already showed you a ticket. And her friends got in to this like concert, I guess, that they're trying to go see. So the friends got in.
Thing. Who knows?
Yeah. But this K-pop thing, I don't know. But then she didn't. So the friends are like, all right, we're going to see you later because we're going to go to the show. And she's like, oh, don't leave me. And so the bouncer, again, for no reason, shoves her and says, I said, get moving. And so she like engages her mutant abilities and says, don't touch me. And like
she throws a 4-year-old temper tantrum.
Yeah.
She's dressed like one.
Oh, yeah, that too.
So she has the emotional maturity and the mental maturity of a fucking 4-year-old. Our hero, ladies and gentlemen.
To which, well, no, because she's justified, Drew. Because look, Batman brought a gun to the fight.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
He's written as the hero.
Because this guy, for no reason, just said, "You can't come in here," and then pulls a gun on this woman.
Hell yeah.
Well, she shoved him. I mean, he's justified in that. He's security. He's a security guard. He says yes or no. Hey, and if she shows her mutant power and she shoves him, it's like, hey, all right, justifiable force right here. That's the way I see that.
But you know that Eve Ewing is trying to make some sort of allegorical.
Absolutely.
BS.
Guns are evil, but my mutant responding with her mutant power as a fucking 4-year-old throwing a temper tantrum. Yeah, that's justifiable. That's fine.
Totally fine. Totally justified. Right.
Yeah.
Well, it is Chicago, so anything. It's the Wild West there, so anything goes.
So I'm locking this one in. Exceptional X-Men will be the worst of the group. I think more so than Nyx. I think Nyx will be laughably bad. I think Exceptional X-Men will be insultingly bad.
I mean, Colin Kelly and Jackson Lansing, real quick, I just want to make people know in the chat. They are the current creators right now who are on a streak right now of having their runs end prematurely. All of their runs have been ending 1 or 2 issues prematurely, whether it's Captain America or the Outsiders or whatever at DC Comics. They've all been cut early because the sales are fucking terrible and the books are god-awful. So I'm very curious to see if this NYX gets cut early. It's going to be hysterical to see this.
How could the Marvel is banking? This is their last shot. They're like, we have to do something. we have to get our audience back.
And your best shot is Colin Kelly and Jackson Lansing. What the fuck does that say?
That's all.
That's
exactly. Their bench, their lineup of like, all right, who can we pull from? Who can we pull from all these great creators? Whap whap. You know,
it's the Washington Generals. This is the Washington Generals lineup against the Harlem Globetrotters right now.
Oof.
And they're not going to win.
Hey, only the heavy hitters allowed in here.
Only, yeah. Yeah, Josh, Harry Sisson, thank you. That is the comic book for him for sure. So, X Factor looks fantastic. 10 out of 10. Take my money. Oh no.
Thanks, Rockin' Robbie.
Yeah, Poppin' Polly Phillips over here.
Poignant and nuanced.
All of these will be poignant and nuanced. Don't you worry about that. I don't know or care if they're related in any way.
No, they're not.
They are in marriage, but yeah, no, I MG, I understand what you're saying. You know, he says, at this point, I think you guys should just completely check out, stop buying these garbage comics and stop reviewing them. You know, they're bad creators and won't make good comics. And MG, there is a part of that that's like, you know, hey, if I were just your normal, regular, general consumer, I wouldn't give 2 Fs. Oh, new X-Men. Okay, I'm going to read it online. If it's not good, I'm going to forget about it, right? But I think with the YouTube channel, with the videos that we can make, there is some sort of community that we create when we look at this stuff. And here's the thing, people don't believe us. Like when we say like, guys, there's really not a lot coming out good that's from Marvel. And we review these books and people go, what are you guys talking about? And we have videos upon live streams and live streams of all this stuff that we can factually go to and look at and say, look at how bad Fire and Ice was. Or objectively look at how bad Hawkgirl was. I think there's a community building aspect of that where people will come and they'll go like, I'm so thankful that I'm not reading this crap. Right. So,
yeah,
I don't
there's
know.
a lot there. And it also steelmans us in the sense that it leads credence to, like, well, first off, there may be an occasional good book in there that we thought was going to be bad. And you wouldn't know that if you don't read it. Secondly, it steelmans us in the sense that we know what's good because we read all of this crap. Yeah. So take our word. It's not, everyone says, oh, modern comics, DC and Marvel suck. Well, when did you stop reading? I stopped reading it years ago. It's like, well, then how the fuck do you know?
Yeah.
Because you don't read it. You just assume it sucks because you hear everybody say it sucks. That to me is not a strong argument because you stopped reading it. So you just assume it's like, well, DC and Marvel suck. Yeah. I don't like that.
And I'll say, as a creative myself, going off of what Alan Moore said back in the day, it's like you have to be able to read these books. You have to be able to read what is out there on the stands to see what's being put out, to see what everyone is doing, to see what works and what doesn't work.
Yeah. No, I think both of you guys make excellent points. I think, ultimately it's, the Star Wars people are having the same conversation that comics people are having right now, because everyone's like, oh, Acolyte, we know that Acolyte sucks. Why are people watching? Because, when, what was it? What was the show before Acolyte? Not Ahsoka, but it was
Andor.
Yeah, when Andor came out, everyone's like, it's going to suck again. Turns out Andor was actually probably the best thing they've put out since the prequels. So like Andor was actually a really great opportunity for writers and actors and the set designers and directors to make something great. If those Star Wars people weren't watching it, though, they would have never known about it. So there are opportunities, in here where it's like, hey, maybe we read the Sentinels, like you were saying, Drew, and it's actually like balls to the wall amazing. Then we can actually say like, hey, we came in here with kind of a blank slate, but we actually really love this book, right? And to Kyle's point, I think you were saying that like when we read the bad stuff, it makes the good stuff that much better. Because then we're like,
yeah,
guys, this is the standard that we need to be at. Like Conan, Nottingham, Farrell, all these books, all this stuff is like, avoid it.
Right.
Don't read it. Right.
So, and it lends credence to why we say it's so good. This is why it's good, because we read a lot of things that are bad, and this is why those are bad. This is what makes this an exceptional comic book.
Yeah. I will say that there has been apathy within Star Wars and comics. I mean, even the best-selling comic from this X-Men line, 100,000 copies, you think?
Probably, if we're lucky.
Yeah,
well, bear in mind, Max, with a lot of, like, especially the main title, Uncanny and X-Men, they're going to have at least probably, 10, 20 cover variants at least. I'm going to take a look at... I'm going to take a look on League. Let's take a look on League of Comic Geeks right now. Let's just see how many there are right now for Uncanny X-Men #1. Right now, there are 20 variants for Uncanny X-Men #1.
My God. My God. You've got to be kidding me.
Right? That's just right now. That is as of right now.
Let's see. Where are they? Are they loading? Uncanny X. Oh, this is the trade paperback. Okay, hold on. Where are the issues?
There. Oh, that's issue 1. There to go.
Yep,
right.
There you go. All right. Wow. All right. Yeah, that's a lot. I think there's a lot of apathy, and I think ultimately, if you can get Daniel Warren Johnson on a Transformers book and it only sells 150,000 copies, I don't know how many more of those people are going to be buying
X-Men #1 X-Men #1 has 22 variants right now.
I mean, I will say,
Hmm.
Jim Lee actually made a cover for this. 1 in 50.
Oh, I'm sure that was from over 30 years ago. That just was not used.
Yeah, actually, that's true. It does kind of look like his old stuff. So,
Hey, it's still good. If it ain't
Yeah.
broke, don't fix it.
Well, that probably leads us into this week's comics. Do you guys have anything else to say about the X-Men preview? I mean,
This is a dumpster fire in the making. I'm not saying it is right now,
Yeah.
but it is in the making.
Yeah, they had a chance to do something really cool, very interesting, very fun, and they could have taken a chance on this. They could have taken a chance on some of these, but it's just steady as she goes. We're not changing anything. It's just business as usual. It's like, why the fuck are you going to revamp all this shit if you're not going to give any of these creative people out there, any artists, anybody else that wants to make a name for themselves? It's like, give them a shot. This is your chance to do something really fun. But no, and they're going to fuck it up already right out of the gate.
So Exceptional X-Men has 10 variants right now, and one of them, I just want to rip it in half seeing one of the covers.
no.
It's with that new Stunning and Brave character Bronze. I just want to rip this in half seeing the face.
Is it Peach Momoko?
No, it's not Momo. No Momo. No Momo.
Wow.
I will say, I think you guys both. I think I'll agree with both of you guys, and I'll add just to kind of wrap this all up and summarize it and put a little bow on it. Ultimately, if they were to come out and do something brand new and create something incredible, it's never done before, whatever, this is not going to do that because they're back to their same old ways. This is all new, all different Marvel. We've got Exceptional X-Men, which is meant for nobody. We've got Nyx, which is meant for nobody. We've got X-Force, which is generic, bland Funko Pops. We've got Phoenix, which is meant for nobody. Wolverine, which may be good. Dazzler, meant for nobody. Well, we know who it's meant for. And then just kind of some random ones down here that could be hit or misses. Well, not X Factor. We know that one's bad. And then, like I said, Uncanny and Adjectiveless X-Men are both going to be, I feel like, Funko Pop collectors. I don't know, man. I just, there's nothing here that makes me go, they're really changing things up now. It just seems like business as usual, but just slap a different title on it and just make it for more money and just go, see, this is what you guys wanted, right? And it's just not that at all. So,
Yep.
Oh, well. Josh says, I don't understate your hate for Lansing and Kelly. Those guys are great. Oh, no.
There's something.
Wait, what did... MG said, I only read Conan and Scarlet this week. Conan got a 5 out of 5. Hey, nice. Hell yeah. And Scarlet got a 1 out of 5 and removed from my poll.
Whoa.
I couldn't find it anywhere. I couldn't find it. I couldn't read it. I didn't find it anywhere online to read.
I didn't even know it came out.
I could not find it either, but I knew it came out this week.
I didn't. Wow.
But damn, I agree with the Conan take, but I did not read Scarlet. Fortunately or fortunately. So
already pull from the poll.
Yeah, that's pretty fast on issue 2. That's pretty fast.
Didn't take long.
What was it, Drew? Astonishing X-Men or Exceptional X-Men?
Exceptional. It's no X is especially spelled like exceptional, which is shocking.
Exceptional X-Men number 1.
Yeah, number 1.
Number 1. This one.
There it is. God damn it.
Oh my god. Guys, this is our comic book industry. This is the cover to a comic book.
Marvel 2024. Congratulations.
Mainstream comic.
Oh my god. Do they think that the girls who look like this are on TikTok or reading manga.
They're not buying comics. They're not buying
They're not
Marvel
buying comics. I'm
comics.
sorry. They're reading manga and they're on TikTok and they're watching anime.
Is she Asian?
I think she's supposed to be black but pretending to be Asian.
That's even worse.
I don't get the gender ambiguity here.
Yeah. But she's seen in the first preview pages beating the shit out of a security guard. But she's like, oh, ha, 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 I'll be so funny. It's like, well, I don't understand.
Wait, maybe actually, Drew, you might actually be. Is this a? Because this might be a trans man, and this may be a trans man.
Yeah, I think they're trans.
We know Emma Frost is a woman. We know Kitty Pryde is a woman.
For now,
I don't
For
know about
now.
the other three though.
Yeah, it's like I think Bronze is trans because you look at that chest. Look at that chest on Bronze. That is a dude's chest.
Yeah, man. I don't know. This is just gender ambiguity. The comic book.
That I am about 90% certain that is a trans individual as Bronze.
All right. Well, oh wait. Oh, sorry. November. FOC is July, but once it comes out in November, guys, I guess we'll have to look back on this video, and we'll have to say, all right, were we right or no?
That's going to be a very happy Thanksgiving.
Oh no!
Got a long way to go until November.
I don't even think I'm going to remember it by that point.
I hope I don't.
Yeah, I was going to say we got San Diego, we got Chicago Fan Expo, we got New York Comic Con, all this stuff.
Yeah.
We got the Deadpool Wolverine film. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. All right. Well, I read Conan, Spider-Man, Life of Wolverine, Absolute Power, Wolverine Deep Cut, and Space Ghost.
You read some good ones this week. Some,
dude,
not all. Yeah.
I was very selective with my pick this week because I was like, I'm only going to read good comics this week, or at least what I thought to be.
Yeah, a couple of those were.
You want to go? Let's break the mold. Since Marvel won't break the mold, let's break the mold on our own show. Let's do the best one first.
Oh, dude, I want these pages. These early,
Could
these
you
2 or 3 pages. I want these originals. They are fucking amazing. I love it.
So damn
I
good.
love that panel. That last panel on page 1. I love it. And this, God, he nailed it.
Drew, what's your? So, like I said, this is the penultimate issue. This is the final in the 12-issue arc that Grim Jim Zub and Ravaging Rob De La Torre have been doing for the past year now. Culminated to this event. Did they stick the landing? Did they nail it? Did they get the 10 out of 10 from the judges? What did you think about the final issue in this kind of Blackstone Fortress story?
It left me wanting more. I wanted more by the end of this. It felt like it, like you said, it wasn't an ending. It's just kind of like, it's a placeholder to the next story, which is great. But I love this whole issue. I love Thulsa Doom. He is a great villain. And seeing his origin here is fantastic. And what's even funnier, Max, I don't know if you remember Born of Blood number 6, like the origin of how Aurelia got her power and like her race. I was reading this and I'm like, holy shit, there's some elements that are very similar to Born of Blood 6 and this issue, which is pretty hysterical. But I love this whole setup. I love seeing him get his power and what he does to himself. It is awesome. The visuals are striking. They're beautiful. Yeah. The action sequences in this are beautiful. I love the battle between Conan and he. It is terrific. This lived up to the hype. I loved it. Thulsa Doom is beautifully illustrated in this. And after reading this, I want to see Roberto Del Toro do a He-Man v Skeletor comic, because we kind of get this here.
His commissions, I think, are open.
Oh,
but
tempting.
We're talking big money, so
yes, we are.
Well, I mean, Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong, but like Rob De La Torre having an original art piece in your home as opposed to a poo piece, I think that could be constituted as
Hey,
a win, right?
I didn't. No,
Because
I'm
one's
gonna pretend I
art and
didn't-
one isn't.
I'm going to
Thank you.
pretend I didn't hear that. And Kyle's views upon what art is no way directly reflects my opinions or views of what I believe art is. So,
Art can and should be objectively criticized, and no, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, yeah, a He-Man Skeletor would be pretty rad. Kyle, speaking of which, did you think that this lived up to the hype? Do you think that the culminating event coming down to this 12th issue, do you think it stuck the landing?
Yeah, 100%. This is exactly what I wanted. I got the James Earl Jones character from Conan the Barbarian
Yeah,
in the book, and I'm like, hell yeah. So no, I thought it was absolutely fantastic. Everything in this, it flowed so well. The art, again, it's perfect. It is so hard, like, to describe what comic books are like. It would be, I would have to hand somebody this and say, this is what a comic book is. Like, this is how to do it. Like, everything, start to finish. It's hard to say it's not a perfect book. Like, I honestly think, it's perfect. I mean, it's pretty much.
Watch it.
I know. Damn it! Like,
here's the thing, Kyle. If you say that a perfect book exists, then everything will have to be judged off of that scale. You have now created your scale.
I know, and I hate, and I can't. It's like there isn't a perfect book, but this is damn near there. Like, as close to it as you could get. That's what this is.
Yeah.
Everything. It's poignant. It's nuanced. Everything is perfect in this. Can't get enough of it. Yeah. I had so much fun reading this thing, and I was so pissed at the end. I was like, damn it, I want more. Like, let's go. Come on. Bring it on.
Oh, especially this is the last panel, and you're like,
love it.
What?
Right there. The sword. Yeah.
So, man, what to say that you guys haven't already mentioned? I mean, I think what makes it so special is that we have had almost an entire 12 issues leading up to this very moment. So, like, as I was reading this book, I think both of you guys mentioned this, it flowed beautifully. The pacing, the timing, the layouts, everything was just flowed. I just kept reading, like, nothing had a point where I like halted and I was like, wait, hold on a second. It just it was like I was watching like a story unfold. And that's what we've been watching for the past year, is this culmination of Jim Zub's idea finally coming to its climax. Like, it's like when you're watching a movie and the third act hits and you're like, oh my God, okay, now like everything just kind of becomes actualized and you're like, this is it. This is the moment. And we get that third act feeling, and it's just like, dude, we're in it now. And Robert De La Torre, I feel like, just completely put every last ounce of effort and feeling and emotion that he had and just threw it onto these pages. There was not one page that was bored or asking for more. Every single one of these pages, I was like, that's perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect.
Every panel felt like it was done on purpose. It was never like, I'm going to phone in this one. Like, okay, I really don't need to try here.
Yeah.
Every panel.
No, yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's purposeful. Like you said, everything is meaningful, has purpose. Even the little maggots coming out of Thulsa Doom's eye right here when he stabs the sword in, you're like, oh my God. Yeah, man. And it's just like, when was the last time that we got three masculine dudes just fighting for their lives against a villain who is like actually threatening.
And not just that,
stakes,
they're in the past. Conan has not met these characters yet. Conan,
right.
like this is all before the Robert E. Howard lore. He's meeting Thulsa Doom for the first time. Thulsa Doom and him are fighting for the first time. So it's great seeing that when they don't know each other.
Yep.
I just love like the companionship and the brotherhood these guys have, even though, like you said, Drew, like Conan hasn't met these guys yet in Robert E. Howard lore, but like the brotherhood that these guys have, just like, we got to take this dude out, and then we got to get out of here. You know, we got to get out of Atlantis and go back home. You know, King Cole is like, I just got stabbed through the chest, and yet I'm still going. He doesn't. He's like, I'm still going. Brule, what was his name? Some, you know, the Celt, the Pict guy.
Yeah.
He's kind of helping him, carrying him through. He helps Conan kind of fight Thulsa Doom here a little bit earlier, you know, with his spear, trying to help out a little bit. But I did kind of like the aspect of Thulsa Doom not being able to see Conan because Conan is not of this period of time. I thought that was an interesting way to kind of get around a little bit of like the time travel stuff. But then once he picks up the sword, they are now bonded and they can see each other at that moment. Just like, gosh, only someone who is really into fantasy would put something like that in here and have it make sense and not be too schlocky, you know.
And add stakes and make it a fun fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this whole time where the maggots are getting all over his face and stuff, you're just like, ugh. Oh, but yeah, man, I couldn't ask for anything more. I mean, this is beautiful.
It was.
Yeah, the broken sword in the eye with the maggots coming out, just chef's kiss.
Mm-hmm.
God, I think the best pages are this decapitating Thulsa Doom, and then as Conan rides off into the sunset. I think this image as well.
Those are great. Honestly, I'm going to try to contact or find out. I want to see if those pages, pages 1 and 2 are available, because I love those first 2 pages, how he illustrates Thulsa Doom.
Yeah.
Especially that page 1. It is so beautiful.
Yeah.
That last panel.
Yeah.
The eyes, just the color,
Yes.
how they did the eyes on here looks so damn
Yes.
good. Yeah, like because this is a bold move. They introduced a villain, like this climactic villain. They gave him a backstory, gave him his lore, but then also had him fight all 3 of our heroes in the same issue in less than 30 pages. That's pretty bold. And yet it never felt like they were trying to cram. It never felt like it was heavy dialogue. And yet we get the perfect introduction to him, and you're like, oh, it finally makes sense now, you know, why these undead things were following him, why these bodies were kind of brought to life by his like necromancy and from this black stone. Yeah, man, everything worked out well, and the pace just felt perfect. So,
Oh yeah.
good stuff.
Yeah.
Feels good to talk about a good one.
It
Yes,
does.
it does.
Pick of the week.
Pick of the week. Yeah. Oh, actually, no, it was the pick of the week for
It
me.
was my
at
pick of the
least.
week. Yeah.
Pick of the week for you as well, Drew.
Yep, my Bud Light MVP Stone Cold Lock of the Century of the Week.
Ooh, nice, man. I kind of got everything there. Nice.
Yeah.
Man, Michael, you are not alone. It looks like a lot of people did not like Scarlet this week. First issue of Scarlet was okay, but this one sucked. Worst thing put out in the Energon universe so far. Wow.
Whoa.
Sucked.
Whoa.
Wow. I need to read it now. I'm like, what?
I mean, we all knew. We all had this feeling of impending doom. This vulture, in the case of Kelly Thompson, flying around the Energon universe, like this is impending doom right here. She's coming around, and sure enough, the second wave not as strong as the first.
Oh, man, especially with
Soon.
Destro too.
Oh well, we had a good thing going for a while. It's all gone.
It was a good.
Yes, we did.
It was a good run, boys.
We had a good year.
Good run.
We had a good year.
Yeah, we had a good year. Yeah, it's Daniel Warren Johnson will be leaving Transformers here pretty soon too. It was a good run.
Good run.
Before Colin Kelly and Jackson
What was
Lansing
that?
take over. Yeah.
Oof. What was it? 5 months? 5 months that we got, or no, 6 months. 6 issues of Transformers.
Yep.
Thankfully we've had a good few years of Nottingham, but it's been parsed out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Conan really has been the saving grace that's like consistent, like every single month. So
yeah.
True.
What was when was the last time we got 3 masculine dudes fighting for their lives? Never here. Looks at the stream, never here.
Yeah, that's true.
DWJ said he'd stay until issue 24. No.
Whoa.
It's a long time. Did he say that?
Writing?
Well, we're halfway there at this point, aren't we?
Wow.
Aren't
I
we
think
halfway
so.
there?
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. So
Hey.
we'll see with Destro. I hated how issue 1 ended. Yeah, you guys did not like Destro at all.
No.
Nope.
No, I was not a fan. I don't think Dana Waters can do action. He should not be doing action books. And Destro is a character that look, he's a guy who's working behind the scenes. He's not out on a fucking battlefield. That's not Destro.
Right. See, I don't know anything about him, which so when I read it, I was like, well.
And let alone he's an arms manufacturer, and let alone he's not going to risk having himself killed by one of his fucking weapons. It's not going to happen.
Oh, interesting. It was on the Triple Takeover podcast. Huge Transformer fan. Okay, well,
what's that?
What the fuck is that?
I've never heard of this
Dan Warren
before.
Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan Warren
the
Johnson.
triple takeover. So I guess he was a guest on there and talked about it. Yeah, because I only thought he was going to be there for 12, so 24. But then again, what's going to happen if he's writing for such a long time? What's going to happen to his other projects?
Yeah, 'cause he's got another one coming up, right? He's got that fantasy one.
He's got the moon is following us with
the Stunning and Brave Family. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So he's got them, and then he's also got his own sci-fi series that's going to be coming out, but that's something totally different. I don't know. Yeah. I will say my second pick of the week here, my number 2 was Spider-Man Reign 2.
Absolutely.
Surprisingly.
This was a fun read. The art in this, holy crap. Carrie Andrews, he kills it in this. Love
dude. Carrie or Kari?
Oh, Carrie. I think it's Carrie. I think it's Carrie Andrews.
Okay. So Drew, what was you initially texted us and was like, dude, y'all have to read Spider-Man Reign. I had not read the first series, so I think this would hit harder for me if I had read the first series. But even without it, you still get an understanding of kind of what happened. But tell me why this is your number 2 pick of the week.
Because it's great watching a story unfold, a mystery unfold. You're asking questions along the way, like what's happened to this world? What's happened to these characters? What happened to Kingpin? What happened to Spider-Man? Wait, Black has a daughter. Wait, Mary Jane's alive? Is this a fantasy? What's going on? It's like you're actively engaged with this story. You're not just sleepwalking your way through the reading process. And not just that, the visuals in this are beautiful. They're stunning.
Oh,
they're
striking.
They're creepy. They're striking, horrifying, action-packed, kinetic. I love it. This is what I expected from Volume 1 of Spider-Man Reign. Spider-Man Reign Volume 1, I was not the biggest fan of. I thought it was okay. It wasn't great. this issue, holy shit. I mean, this is what the volume 1 of Spider-Man Reign should have been, because it gives you a nice compact story. And I will give it, I will give it the what's the term I'm looking for? The suspension of disbelief.
Oh, okay.
Suspension of disbelief at the end of this, because there's a plot element brought into this at the end of the story where it's like, okay, I'll go with this. I can go with this. You've earned it for me for this first issue. Let's see how this plays out in the subsequent issues. Because when we see what's happened to this world that they're in right now, it fucking sucks where they're at. It's like he's been, because a lot of them are living like in this Ready Player One matrix that really isn't the real world. And they're told that it's like, this is where we all want to live, this is where we want to live. But some of these characters like Spider-Man are saying like, no, why would you want to live here? This isn't reality. This isn't a real life. This isn't living. Get out of this. And they're given a chance, given a shot to hopefully fix this world that's become of it. And what we're shown at the very end of this, another character brought into the story. Oh, it looks like it's going to get good. Looks like it's going to get pretty shocking. I had I was smiling ear to ear reading this. This was so damn good. And Carrie Andrews' art in this is fucking gorgeous.
Yeah. The art is a huge win for this book, and I'm really thankful that Carrie Andrews is doing this. If Carrie wasn't doing the art, I don't know how well it would have done. But
it wouldn't
his
have
art is
it would not have worked.
Yeah,
I guarantee it.
His work here is just knocking it out of the park. I do love the Blade Runner-esque, especially here with the talking heads. But I do think it's interesting how everyone's saying like and subscribe. Don't forget to like and subscribe, right? Kyle, what were your thoughts? Was this your? You've been awfully quiet about this one. So was this your second runner-up this week, or did you get a chance to read it?
No, not even close. I didn't like this book at all.
Wow.
I thought it was boring as fuck. It was way too fucking long. I don't. Peter Parker does not work well as old man Peter Parker Spider-Man. I think that character.
Wow. It's fun. It's a fun
work.
Concept. Look
how
cool
it doesn't work.
He looks like was it Master Roshi? Kind of from the Dragon Ball Z.
He does.
With that.
It's stupid. It doesn't work. Peter Parker doesn't work as an old man. This concept is completely wrong. I am not a fan of this art. I thought this book was terrible. I did not like this book at all. Everything about I was like, get me the fuck out of this book. And I was like, it keeps going. I'm like, Jesus.
It is long. It is long.
It felt
I agree.
Way too long.
I did not feel the pace. I did not feel the length in this at all. It felt amazing. It gave me what I wanted.
Giggity.
Oh,
no,
Kyle.
No.
Kyle, ye of little faith.
No, I tried. I really did. I just wasn't for me. I was like, I don't like this. I don't like the character. I don't like how Peter's written as an old man. It doesn't work. It just no.
Right.
Oh, I love that visual. I love that how Norman Osborn, that image of Norman Osborn. I love this page. How it's reintroduced to him. It's great.
It's creepy as hell, man. It's wild. Yeah. He's got like this underground steampunk lair. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a legit goblin from The Hobbit. He just looks like something from like that. And I'm not gonna lie, like I would love to see an action figure of this Spider-Man Reign Peter Parker with the beard. It looks so.
That would be kind of fun.
And just his underpants, yeah, I'm sure.
I do like Black Cat's and trench coat. I do like Black Cat's daughter here.
Yeah, she's great.
Carrie Andrews does beautiful women, dude. He can do women like nobody's business. But
yeah, honestly, if there's one guy I could see picking up the Max after Sam Keith is Carrie Andrews. I can see him doing
that. Would be cool. I can see that. So the book essentially is, from my understanding, and like I said, I have not read the first series, so forgive me, but we were introduced to Peter, who's in this kind of simulation. He's been strung up by like all these different pipes and tubes that are keeping him alive. But he's in this virtual world. And so Black Cat's daughter rescues him from this place that Kingpin has created, because Kingpin essentially wants to create this virtual reality, this AI world for all of the people of this city. Because he's basically saying, do you want to live in squalor? Do you want to live in these power outages? Do you want to live in this reckless, horrible, terrible life that has been created? Instead, give your life to me. I will put you up in this virtual reality where you will never have to worry about any of this stuff again, and you will live within your own little thing. To me, that's a great premise. I think it's terrifying. I think it's honestly what I think a lot of people are starting to do in 2024.
And I see it sad. I see it as very sad. It just people retreating from the real world.
100%.
It's just no. I just see it as just quitting on society, quitting on the real world. I don't like
that. But Fisk is doing this to control people, and he's saying, yes, give your life to me, right? You guys don't want to be living here, right? It's overpopulated. You guys can't buy food. You can't do this. It's, the economy is terrible. You're living in squalor. So give it all up and let me take care of you. He's the godsend, right? And it's like, oh, that's a perfect villain, motivation, like a good premise for a villain to just like take over this city, to be like, give your lives to me and I'll just put you up in this virtual reality. But Black Cat and Spider-Man have other plans, because they're like, no, don't become slaves to Fisk's plan. And so they have to fight against this thing, and Goblin might be able to help them. So I love this concept. I like the Carrie Andrews art. I don't know, man. I enjoyed it. Like I said, it's my runner-up. So Kyle, I'm sorry, but yeah.
2-1.
You know what though?
Yep.
2-1. I will say, I can see people really hating this book, like despising it. So
I love that thwip. I love that thwip panel. I love it. Just that.
That's a good one.
I love that. It's
right
great.
Here. Yeah, that looks good.
And I'm not a Spider-Man. Like I told people, no, I'm not the biggest Spider-Man fan. I'm not a Spider-Man fan. I love this book. It is fantastic.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Max, my buddy Stuart Sager, he said, that sounds good. I'll take it. When he said Chef's Kiss.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he said, that sounds good. I'll take it.
I'll take it. I'll allow it. So Kyle, will you allow us to recommend this book this week?
I won't recommend it, but you guys can do whatever you want.
All right. I think it's 2-1 vote there, Drew. So
our final judge. Thumbs up, average.
Woo!
Now, here's the one that might get controversial for both of you guys. My third runner-up, my tertiary pick.
No.
Was Life of Wolverine.
Bullshit.
No, it wasn't.
Max,
this is Jim Zub.
You're punking us.
Jim Zub came up with 2 comics this week. One is from Conan and the other is from Life of Wolverine.
All I'm going to say, Max, when there's 2 Wolverine books this week, I'm going to say Chris Claremont's book was significantly better than this one.
Yeah, I still didn't like it, but it was still better than this.
Wolverine Deep Cut.
This is the Wolverine v Sabretooth book that we should have gotten. This is
it though?
Yes.
Is it though?
100%. 100%.
It's better, but it's not anything near what I think would constitute as like the Sabretooth and Wolverine fight we should have gotten. I mean, the art. So here's what I'll say. Caveat. The art in this is 1,000 times better than the generic Funko Pop collecting art that is in this book. Art in this book, and I realize why, but this was a webtoon comic, so that's why. So this was originally published as one of those Marvel Infinity comics that you read on your phone.
That explains a lot.
So that's why this art is just like
generic,
bland,
terrible.
Look at this page. They copied and pasted this and put the same thing here. They didn't even try.
And you're
dude.
defending this, and you're defending this book.
Because it's Jim Zub. And this is very few times in comic book collecting history, you get a from start, like from Wolverine's start, all the way to where he's at now.
Who cares? We've seen it 1,000 fucking times about where he
Have we?
started and who cares?
And look, at the very end of this book, I mean, I don't know if Jim Zub did the research or some editorial intern at Marvel did the research here, but every single page they associated where it came from. This is a bibliography, man. This is cite your sources. And so if you want to, as a Wolverine fan who wants to get more into his backstory and actually understand like more of where he came from, you can go through every single one of these and read, oh, I now understand the Weapon X program. I now understand Wolverine and Sabretooth's hate for each other. And you can go through and just see each one of these different, moments. So I liked it. I didn't love it. I don't think it's the best thing ever, but Jim Zub had a really hard task. And that is basically putting every moment from Wolverine's history in a single comic book. And that's tough to do.
Sure.
I mean, everything, man. From fighting Hulk, being part of the Canadian project, being in Madripoor, fighting in World War I, meeting Captain America.
And I will make the argument that having all of this spelled out, everything, ruins what was a great element for the character, the mystery of the character. What was his background? What was his past? That was one of the great elements of him. And this book eliminates all of that. That is all gone.
I agree with you, Drew, that Wolverine needs to be mysterious. There are aspects of his life that I don't want to know about, nor should anyone know about, because
yes,
that's why Wolverine makes such a great character, is because he is mysterious. However, I think Jim Zub does a good job of leaving the intrigue in there and not over describing or over emphasizing like aspects of his life that we didn't know about before. Because this is all these things we know, but now it's just in a timeline where we can go, oh, okay, that happened and that happened and that happened. As opposed to like telling a new story. It's like, oh, well, what happened from Weapon X to this point, which is mysterious. He's not, what's the word I'm looking for? He's not creating any new stories. He's just kind of running through the entire history. So I don't know. So I think for what it does, it's fine.
Wow.
Would I recommend buying it?
You better not.
You better not. Yeah.
Don't you dare.
I'll say,
you have any integrity?
For someone,
I swear to God,
who wants to, for someone who wants to understand the timeline, who doesn't want to buy all those Wolverine comics.
Go read the stories. Don't read this.
Well, but how are they going to know? Because then they can look at the back of this and go, okay, so I need to buy this one. I need to buy this one. I need to buy this one. Because
so recommending the last page.
What was the Krakoa? This?
Oh no, you recommend the last page where it tells you which ones to pick up, right? Isn't that what you're recommending?
I'm recommending the book as a whole, so that if people want like a definitive timeline, they can go back and go, oh yeah, this is when.
My God.
But like for us, we have these books, right? Like we have Origin. I don't have Hulk 180, but New X-Men. I have all the Marvel Comics Presents stuff. I have the Wolverine series from early 2000s, right? I have the 1988 Wolverine series. all these Mark Silvestri stuff. I have the X-Men. So like we have the books, but this just kind of summarizes it into one issue. So
it's how to recommend. Got it. Okay.
So for those who want to know about his history and his past,
go to Wikipedia.
Or just
I'd
or
say-
Barry, have fun with it. Have fun with it, and just don't even look it up. Just try it the best you can. Just leave it a mystery. Just know he was experimented on. He's a mutant, and that is it. Just have fun with it from there.
Read Barry Windsor Smith's run on Wolverine.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean that's perfect. I mean that comic series, that 13-issue run of Marvel Comics Presents with Barry Windsor Smith is a perfect series. But I think people need to know about Silver Fox dying. You know, because who killed Silver Fox? Sabretooth. That makes it so much more impactful. They need to know that.
Do they?
So you guys are saying skip it or meh?
No, it's a skip it.
I'm saying skip it.
Yeah, you don't need it.
No.
You stop it. Just because it's Jim Zub, it does not give it a pass.
And I'll say this isn't like exponentially beautiful writing or anything. It's not like, you know, telling us a tale that no one's heard before. It's just it is a task. It is difficult to put all of his history into one book, and Jim Zub was able to do that succinctly. So I think there is talent in that.
We will.
When you see
I
a
hope we
nuance.
never know, but I don't think so because it can be done because it was done
In
I
this
don't know if
book,
it's that
right?
difficult.
Yeah, they did it in this book. So there you go. Which I guess doesn't really count because it's not a full book. It's the Infinity comic, right? So if you're looking to buy the Infinity comic, you don't have to read it on your phone now. You can just buy the physical copy. So
Sure.
I don't know. Jim does a good job of saying, you know, talking about Wolverine's his difficulty of trying to figure out whether he is man, weapon, or monster, right? That's his whole struggle. And I think he tells that well as a through line throughout the entire issue.
By retelling every other story he ever told that he didn't write. Got it.
Correct. Yeah. So there you have it. I'm going to give it a...
Don't you dare.
The next one on the list is Absolute
my
Power.
Oh no. Okay, now
No,
this
this is a recommend. This is a recommend.
Oh, jeez.
Jesus Christ. No.
So Kyle, why did you give this a recommend?
Well, Viola Davis in this book is absolutely
Viola
phenomenal.
Davis.
God.
She saves the book.
Oh, how so?
I just love how poignant and nuanced throughout the book she is.
Yeah.
And she's playing like 8D chess with
Yeah.
everybody. Everyone else is playing checkers. She is 35 moves ahead of everybody. And AI is very bad,
Yes.
people. It's very real. It's not funny. It's not something to laugh at, joke around with. This is real, people. AI is scary and dangerous and taking people's jobs. So,
And did you also know that misinformation can kill people, Kyle?
yes, it can.
misinformation.
It's very serious. It would cause people to mob up and want to kill superheroes who have superpowers.
Correct.
'Cause
Because
that makes perfect sense. Like, hey, I saw you kill somebody on TV, so I'm gonna go beat up Superman now.
yeah. Yeah.
Hey, everybody, let's go fight Superman.
Hey, everybody, is that Animal Man? Oh, I know him. He has
He's got
powers. that can
superpowers. He could turn
he's
into
got-
any animal and kill us all.
Yeah.
Let's go
So
beat him up.
Let's kill him before he kills us. Yeah,
Does
smart.
that make sense?
Good call. And you know, as the superheroes would do, instead of collaborating, coming together in the Hall of Justice, or like, you know, kind of laying low for a little bit, trying to let some of this shit die down, right?
Maybe
Like,
I'll
'cause
go to
it-
the Batcave and figure it out from there. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's what a rational person would think. No. They all just F off all over the world. Some are in London, some are in Zimbabwe, some are in Chicago. They're all over the world fighting crime, and they're like, guys, we have to show everyone that we're the goodies. We're the good guys.
But this all the problem. Part of the problem with this all goes back to what, last year? I think it was last year with the Absolute Dark Crisis on Infinite Multiverse Secret Wars Houses by
Night
Josh
of the
Williamson.
Knights? Yeah.
No, before that. Right before
Oh.
that. Yeah, it's like when the Justice League breaks up, we're not told why. They just break up.
Yeah.
It's like no getting an explanation given, because that makes sense. And this is kind of like the fallout of that, because that kind of plays out in this. It's like, okay, yeah, you guys broke up, but okay, why? Oh, no explanation.
Yeah.
You guys just broke up. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Sure, go with that. It's
Yeah.
just a fallout from that. None of it makes sense. But I will say this. What I will say, Max, what
Yeah.
would have made issue one work better, I think, in my opinion, is that if like half a page or so, it's like we see a superhero from the DC universe getting taken out one by one. Like it's all we just see. Each Wonder Woman, Batman, Superman, Hawkman, Captain Marvel, they're all taken out one by one systematically. It's just like we're just giving it boom, 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 and it's like, what the fuck is going on? And then at the very end, we see who's behind everything. I think that would have been a better execution of this. But how this one is executed, it is fucking terrible. Social media? Are you fucking kidding me right now? This is reminding me of Blade 3. I'm sorry, I can't do this. This is
Blade 3.
This is terrible.
To put it into context, too, if you guys don't know, this is Casually Comics. Sasha is a great creator here on YouTube. She put out a poll 8 hours ago, and so far there have been almost 4,000 votes from channel member or people who watch her channel, people who are on YouTube. She's got over 200,000 subscribers. The 4,000 people who voted, are they reading Absolute Power? Almost 80% of them said no.
Wow.
Damn.
Almost 80%.
And after this first issue, they're lucky. They're the lucky ones.
Actually, yeah, they got out of there. They got out of there without a scratch.
They pulled out early. Giggity.
That they did. So it does surprise me that, because I thought this is going to be the biggest event of 2024, right? And
It should be.
Well, with Amanda Waller, can't miss.
No, not with her.
The saving grace of this book is the gorgeous Dan Mora art.
It helps.
And even still, it's hard to even give this thing a meh.
It's a lot of sitting around and talking. That's what a lot of this fucking book is.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Standing around and fucking talking.
No, because there's a ton of action.
Bear in mind, no. Well, bear in mind, the action on those panels, that shit isn't happening. That's not fucking real.
Right, it's fake.
That's bullshit. Yeah, it's fake. Yeah. And it just the action you're showing isn't really happening. Oh, okay, it doesn't fucking matter. Got it. All right, thank you.
God, this stupid panel, because like we're the first few pages, the superheroes are in absolute disarray. They don't know what to do. They're like, oh my god, people are dying. Like, these MAGA Republicans are killing superheroes. What the hell is going on? Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. How are we going to stop this? And like Batman's on the channel. He's like, everyone who can hear my voice, I need you to respond right now. We need to get a handle of this. And Mr. Terrific and Nightwing are like, we're seeing it all over the place. And we see this stupid panel right here that's like, she's the mastermind of it all. Just
Miss Doris from the DMV.
Table 10. License and registration, please.
It's great.
Oh, poignant and nuanced.
Look how mean and stern she looks.
This is not threatening. She's not a threat.
What?
Nothing about this, about misinformation or social media or AI. Because we also have to kind of keep in mind, right, that like if we are in a world of superheroes, at this point in time, I would assume that society has accepted them as protectors of Earth. So why, with one video going around, well, not one video, but multiple videos of different superheroes going around, but then all of these citizens can see the superheroes and they're going, no, they're all fine. They're here. They're helping. They're saving lives and stuff. But Amanda Waller is able to produce so much social media and misinformation that it blocks everything out, so that all people believe is that superheroes are bad. Is that what they're saying?
Well, not just that. I'm gonna cut you off at the pass here real quick, Max. There's a character in DC lore called Airwave. Airwave.
That's right.
Been around for a long time, and he's a character who does handle things like literally on like television, internet, radio waves. If they want to, like, I'm already thinking, why the hell did they not call on this character to kind of like circumvent? Like, no, what you're seeing is not true. I'm Airwave. We blocked everything out. Mark Waid didn't even write him out. Didn't even cancel him out. Didn't even have Airwave being killed or taken out. Now that would have been cool if if Batman called in Airwave to like cut this off. But what's Zoran R or whatever the hell comes in and kills Airwave or takes out his power and eliminates him. Oh my God, shit. That would have been great. You just caught the one guy who could have saved these guys. They cut him out. But no, because Airwave is still out there, not used, he could still be out there to save the day. Or maybe they didn't even consider Airwave. I don't know.
Or I picture it like it could be like an ENIAC situation where Airwave's being like hooked up to everything and just being used for all the. But never mind, that's thinking too far ahead. And
well, that's what they're already doing.
Failsafe's already the bestest ever. So
no, they're doing it with Woman Brainiac. The female
my McQueen.
The bride.
My queen.
Which I mean, like I said, Dan Mora's art saves this. But it's like, oh, that's how they're getting it out to, because if they can control the media, they can control the world. And I think, and that's what they're trying to say is like,
well, look who's writing this.
Well, okay.
Here's
where, all right, let's stretch out a little bit.
Let's separate art from artist with this storyline with who is writing this.
So let's pivot. We've talked about the story, we've talked about the art. Let's talk the underlying subtext and the allegory here. This is written by Mark Waid, who has notoriously vehemently chastised and demonized Republicans, conservatives, people who are anything right of center, right?
I was going to say anyone right of left.
Yeah.
Yeah, right of far
That's
left.
true. Yeah. So, with that being said, there is a moment here where Green Arrow, a very well-known leftist, a very well-known Democrat liberal, changes sides and says to Batman, you are great at capping volcanoes, but fixing society's real problems, actually empowering the powerless, affecting actual change, you get an F for effort. And so he changes sides to Amanda Waller. So are we thinking that Mark Waid believes that Amanda Waller is like conservative media and are trying to... Yeah, I don't know.
So, Max, I've been reading the Green Arrow series, and this picks up where that left off, where Amanda Waller had threatened his family. She pretty much, I forget like she had what the circumstances were, but she has effectively threatened to take out his entire family, to kill everyone. And we all know he is asleep. He's going to be end up being like a double, triple secret reverse agent double secret reverse double. Yeah. It's going to be happening. He's going to
triple cross.
Yeah. But it's all stemming from that. And it's, lazy.
I just don't understand why normal people would see on the news that superpowered beings are killing humans at an alarming rate in their idea is to go out into the streets and stop them by beating them up with clubs and sticks. Like, why wouldn't every human being like, we're getting the fuck out of here, like we're running away? Like, I don't. That whole premise to me is just automatically lost. So I'm like, I automatically don't care about, because this is your premise that people would somehow be subjugated, like, oh, well, obviously this would cause mass riots and chaos in the streets and force superheroes all out into the open, which is what then Batman is like, oh no, this is what you wanted the whole time. Oh my God, I'm so wrong. It's like, this was stupid. I just don't buy that premise.
And that's the thing. I don't buy this. I don't buy that Amanda Waller would be able to have complete control over all social media and all the airwaves. And even if she did, that she would be able to control every citizen just because, media portrayed superheroes in a certain way or certain fashion. And then for, like you said, for regular, normal humans to then take up arms against the superheroes thinking that they could win. And I
think it would have worked better. Honestly, another element would have worked better is like on top of her secretly taking out all the heroes, having villains dressed up as the fucking heroes, causing these crimes.
There you go.
Having your Amazo robots dressed up as the heroes, taking out these buildings, killing people left and right. There you go. There's your right for the civilians to attacking the heroes. But no.
But then again, I don't think the civilians would attack the heroes. I think they would flee. I think they would hide and run or do anything but try and attack a superhero. I mean,
most likely, because they're gods. For lack of a better term, they're gods. So you're going to smite a god?
Yeah. The only thing that I can get behind is like, I get what Mark is trying to say in terms of like, if you control the media, you control everything. Like that. I mean, that's what he's trying to say, right? Am I wrong in thinking that?
It's like Newman from Seinfeld. You control the mail, you control information.
Yeah.
And she's spinning both sides of this. So she's playing literally both sides on the media. So she's like, she's counteracting the counter arguments all top of everything else. So it's like, okay, sure, whatever.
Yeah. So I thought that this was an interesting bit when I forget his name, but he's talking about Amanda Waller and he says, does she have wants or desires? Because that's what I can't help being concerned about. A want can be achieved. Like you can have a goal, you can have an end state where you have a mission, you have a want. Once you've gotten that, cool, we've accomplished the mission. But a desire is a void that nothing can ever completely fill. It will always be hungry. And so I'm thinking, who is like that? What type of person will never be happy? What type of person is it never good enough, right? We've said this a ton of times on this show, where it'll never be good enough for a large amount, or maybe not a large amount, but a small portion of people that make their voices very loud. It'll never be good enough for them. And yet,
it's like you have Middle Eastern terrorists and the writers of DC Comics. There you go.
Oh, jeez. But I thought that it was interesting.
There you go.
Yeah, I thought that it was interesting because he's making Amanda Waller the one who's like, it'll never be good enough for her. So I don't know. It seemed like Mark was trying to tell the story of, say what you will, but like conservative media, how they're taking over, and how the superheroes, the liberal superheroes are being dehumanized. They're being seen as villains, and the media is going to show them as like subhuman, and so all the MAGA Republicans are going to fight back, and they're going to try and kill everyone, and Amanda Waller is going to control it all in the media. And it's like, is this the story you want to tell right now? I don't know. This
Very
just
weird.
feels much more dividing than it is
It's
coming
not fun.
together to tell like a fun story. It's not fun.
No, it's not fun. It sucks. It lacks the drama. It lacks the oh shit. It doesn't.
Yeah.
No, none of it works for me at all. Like I said, if this whole issue had been just focusing on there's no backstory, the multimedia bullshit, but just taking out each of the heroes one by one, systematically, whatever. We see them all taken out. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
And then maybe delving into that later, but just focus on that instead of this shit. It is boring. It's not fun. It's lame. You have a lame villain. It's not interesting.
Yeah. I will also say, going through this, like looking back through this again, the pacing was chaotic. It's
terrible.
Weird because
pacing is terrible.
It's awful because it's like, it's boring. It's like, it's weird because it's chaotic, but it's boring because you're like, I don't care about Amanda Waller. And like, what are they you're trying to figure it out. But then all of a sudden you're being like introduced to all these people. And then all of a sudden it's like, everyone's dying. And then you're like, okay, let's slow our roll here first. Let's take a step back and like kind of work through some of this stuff. But it's just the pacing is so chaotic. And yet you still don't care, which makes it boring. So that's why I say it's a weird, it's an offset. It feels such an odd book.
But it's a weird one.
It's a weird, wild stuff. Yeah, weird. I don't know.
Still
League,
a strong recommend, but
I know. On League, I think people gave it a pretty high recommend, though.
Of course they did.
96% of people rated this a 40 or 4.3. They rated this a 4-star book.
Rewarding low expectations. Rewarding mediocrity.
So the people who did read it liked it. But then, like I said, when we go back to Sasha from Casualty Comics, it's like, oh, okay, 23%. The people who read it liked it. Okay. The rest of the 80% of people, what are they doing?
Yeah.
What are they reading right now?
Not that.
Man. Not this. They're reading Conan, real books.
Man books.
Man books. I'm a man.
You're a man. Man.
I'm a man. All right, so Absolute Power was a skip.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
Now, Wolverine Deep Cut was interesting.
Loved it.
Because I liked it. And it was much, like I said, the artwork and the story is much better than any Marvel book we've seen in a while. Good dialogue for the most part.
Great action. I love the action in this.
Fun.
And coming up, what happens to Wolverine in this? Holy shit. I loved it. There it is. Love it.
This is brutal as hell. This is badass. Yeah. My hesitancy here though is Wolverine never takes his claws out after that. Look, he punches Sabretooth, he grabs Sabretooth here, punches him. Where are your claws, bro?
He's got adamantium fists. He's got his mitts.
Why would he not rip his face off of his face? End it. Put his claws through his skull.
And you have extra reach.
Oh, yeah, with the claw. Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
And then he's got him dead to rights. And then he jumps over and kicks him. So it's like, and then he punches him again. And it's like, dude,
there's the claws right there. There's the claw. There's the claws right there.
Finally.
Don't worry. There'll be 15 caption boxes explaining it.
Well, with Chris Claremont, yes, you have to do that.
Yep.
It is funny that with Chris, he is still writing like it's the 80s and 90s. Well, not 90s, but 80s. Because every caption box is, good thing I have my adamantium skeleton, which does weigh me down, which was in the Weapon X project. Yeah, but thankfully, my claws now have adamantium, which can cut Sabretooth, who is my enemy, who I have known as my enemy since the Weapon X days. And it's like,
thanks, Jim Zub. I already got it.
Okay, well, wait. Time out. So Chris is very much from It still operates in the Jim Shooter method, where every person's comic book is their first. And every
That's
issue
true.
of X-Men was like that. Every issue was written like that. Every issue of Wolverine was written like that by him. And he's operating in that like that. And this, the very same way, that this could be someone's very first Wolverine comic.
True.
And I will give him that mulligan for that.
Yikes. I'm not at this point. No
Ooh.
thanks. This is your
Well-
first one. I am sorry.
Yeah, that's true. I will say, when you do read 80s Claremont stuff, it makes sense. It makes more sense to me. It does. It makes more sense. But like you said, Drew, this was maybe someone's first comic. Every comic could be someone's first comic.
Yes.
So you never necessarily know. So that's why, to me, this start was just like, okay. Like I love Wolvie. He's my favorite ever. But I'm like, yep, got
Less is more. Thank you.
But I do like Sabretooth. Crying shame, I got claws on my feet as well as my hands. It's like, I
Oh
see.
boy.
So with the kind of 80s era of writing that Chris Claremont likes is he'll describe and have the characters say things that are kind of happening, which is fine. Which kind of brings me back to that old, I do like this panel. This is cool. Slammo. That's rad. This is a really good Wolverine here too.
Yeah.
And that's
There's a
that's
lot
a
of
hard pose.
Yeah.
There's a lot of great panels in there. There's a lot of great pages in this. And I reached out to the
Yeah.
artist. I got to talk to him briefly. I told him this
Oh,
comic
nice.
is beautiful. Yeah, I told him
It is.
I'm gonna be recommending it with Wes tomorrow. So this is gonna
Okay.
be on the channel, our best of the week. And yeah, a big part of it is his art. He killed it in this.
This is a great pose. Another good one from Wolverine. So there's a lot to like about the comic, I will definitely say. Especially this brutality. But I just wish that Wolvie gave it back. You know what I mean? Sabretooth just ripped your eyes out, dude. Cut his head off.
Well,
Rip his face off. Take his jaw off.
I'm going to talk about this with Wes. We got plenty of more issues to go. It's not just one issue. It's not a one-off. There's going to be more issues in this miniseries. So I'm sure
but he's
we're
not
going to see
fighting.
more.
He's not fighting Sabretooth next. He's fighting Mr. Sinister next.
Well, he's going. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what the gauntlet looks like. Yeah, it should be fun.
I do like the setting. I love that the issue is really necessarily just like one big fight. That's badass.
Yeah, it's great. This is what
You-
this is. Like I said, this is what the Wolverine versus Sabretooth war should have been. And this is
Should have
fantastic.
Exactly. Kyle, thoughts?
It's a typical meh, but it's okay. Art's good. Story is what it is. It's of course long-winded because it is Claremont.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was fine.
Yeah, I had fun.
Mhm.
I liked Life of Wolverine better, but anyway, no, I'm kidding.
The life of a salesman. That's what people want to hear.
Ah.
Yeah.
Jack Frost on the first page, he says, "They say I'm the best there is at what I do." So yeah, he says the thing, guys.
He has
He said
to.
the
Every
thing.
Claremont has to. Every issue has to begin with that.
It really does, actually. I don't
If
think
it
you
doesn't,
can
then
write.
Not even Wolverine.
If you don't say the catchphrase, is it even
Yeah.
a thing? Going back to Absolute Power, Mark McGrath says it's very heavy-handed, as was Kingdom Come, which was a much better story. Also, Wade wants you to know AI bad. Yes, very much so.
Sure.
Yeah, no, Jack, he absolutely does. Yeah, so you are not wrong. You're not far off. Like it's there. So it's
there.
There, not there, there, not there, there.
Not only is it there, not there.
Hmm.
It's on the first page. So, in case you were wondering, like you look at the cover and you're like, "Oh, Claremont." I wonder if he's gonna. Oh, yep. All right, never mind. He said it. Yep.
Wait, is he the best there is at what he does? I don't know yet. Oh no, he is.
Oh,
Okay,
is he?
got it.
Oh well, yeah. I guess there. Yeah,
That's a
he
deep
is the
cut.
best at what he is. Yeah, it is a deep cut.
Yeah,
I
it kind of
don't
conflicts
like
with what we're
this
told in the
cover.
current X-Men comics. Philip Tan, you a fan of the Philip Tan cover?
Why is Wolverine doing a spread eagle? Bent over.
That's a
OnlyFans?
Wolverine pose. That's a Wolverine pose. That's a staple.
This is. But what's with the legs? The legs coming out like that.
He's done that before. He's
You
He's done that.
Yeah, he has with Cyclops back there. Oh yeah,
That's I don't know. That's a wide spread, boy.
Oh
That's
yeah, it is.
There's like man spreading, and then there's like this.
He's ready for it. He is ready.
I mean, that goes from edge to edge of the comic book cover. That's a.
Oh, he's edging. He's the best there is at what he does.
Well, see, Sabretooth is edging back here. See that smile?
Oh, that's what it is.
He's looking at Wolf. He's going, oh, I'm going to get that deep cut, boy.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, no, the art is beautiful. Philip Tan's art is great. This pose just bugs the hell out of me.
It's a little odd.
I don't know. Just like I want to like cover like it was that. Like get the legs out of there. Take the legs out and you just had like this, that would be rad. I'd be like, "Oh, much better."
I wish it was a horizontal on the cover, so that way it would be really spread.
Legs with it's just a full split.
Just the Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah. He's doing a split on the cover. There you
Yep.
go. Now we're talking. So Drew, would you say that this was your tertiary pick of the week? Your number 3 pick?
Yeah, number 3 pick of the week. Absolutely.
All right. Okay. Kyle, what about you?
It's a meh.
All right. Is it in your top 3? Could you create a top 3 with this pick?
Maybe. It's tough. I mean, number 2 for me is Bear Pirate Viking Queen. And
I forgot to read that.
1 is Conan.
Dang.
Good luck trying to read it.
It's awesome.
I kind of
so
figured it'd be one that I was like, eh.
Oh no, it ends very well.
Was it everything you wanted?
Yeah. No, it explains everything. Explains what the bear represents, explains everything. Like it. Yeah.
That's cool.
Right.
Okay. All right. Because I have to actually read issue 2 and 3. So I need to go back and reread this.
Try to.
Yeah, if I don't have a fever dream first. So
That'll make it even better.
So yeah, Wolverine deep cut. Chris Claremont, meh.
Meh.
Meh. Drew tried to get his recommend in there real quick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say real quick.
This was good too. This was good. I was shocked.
It was long, dude. It took me. I couldn't get through this fucking book.
Well, Kyle, if you did, you would see that David Pepos is at it again. Because guess who saves the day? Woo!
The little girl.
Yeah.
Aww.
Did somebody call for a last minute rescue, boys?
Well, okay. So, look, I will give it the mulligan. Like I said, based on the female villain in this, she is a part spider, and what she used, like her spider-like pheromones and all that on the male subjects. It's like, okay, I can go with that. I'll give it that mulligan. I'll give it that plot contrivance. And yeah, and she does, and I can go with that.
If you read issue 2, though, because I reread issue 2, because I was like, what happened last issue? I totally forgot.
They're like in the Space Ghost cave later.
Yeah, they become his.
They become his sidekicks.
Kids. Yeah, the sidekicks at the end. So I'm like, this issue just kind of picked up. I'm like, wait, didn't they just form the team, and now it feels like they've been off gallivanting through space?
Yeah, it's like how far in the future are we from issue 2? It just
don't know. I can understand that. Like, there's a time lapse. Like, we don't need to see maybe the montage necessarily of them becoming the.
No,
the
there
kids.
should have at least been a caption box saying
Yeah.
like
Sure.
2 year cycles later or whatever.
Yeah.
We know it's been 2 years or 2 months or days or the same day. Who the fuck knows? We don't know.
Exactly. How many missions have you been on? 5, 10, 1,000, 1,
Yeah.
none? Like, is this your first out? Like, I don't know.
Well, in the second issue, I did like that we get like kind of Space Ghost's backstory, and you realize like, oh, wow, okay, now we see like why he's kind of this avenging superhero, right?
Yeah, but I will still. I think Kyle will agree with me. I think it was done much better in the original DC miniseries with Ariel Olivetti on the
Ooh,
much
art.
better.
And
Much better.
I never read that one.
That was awesome.
oh, you're
Oh,
missing
you
out.
know.
Ariel Olivetti on interiors, and you
Yeah,
had
the
I think
art
Joe
was
Kelly writing it. Yeah, and it's pretty much they're pretty much hinting on the same thing that happened to him in this, but like it's much more dramatic in the Joe Kelly story at DC.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, man,
he's kind of
sorry.
little less of he's just kind of a little less of a dickhead a little bit. You
Yeah.
gotta get
And this-
more of him before everything.
This is the Space Ghost in this is all-star Batman level of asshole. It's
he is well, which is weird because issue 1 like nailed him. He was like, I'm here to save the day, kids, right? He's like super optimistic and he's like, stay behind me. And it's like, man, this guy sounds like Captain America. He sounds awesome. But then in this issue, he's like, don't touch that. Don't burden me. You guys are the worst. You know, he's just constantly like berating these kids. But I mean, maybe I haven't, because I haven't seen the previous series. I really like the interior art of the. If it wasn't for the interior art, I wouldn't be reading Peppo's. So
No, the art,
the art in this is really
great.
good.
yeah,
It's
really
terrific.
good. But you know, the little girl again, she's like, I'm hacking into the mainframe to make sure to blah blah blah. It's like, oh, so she's the bestest at everything, and she saves the day. I mean, look at that art. This looks
Well, it's like, yeah, the son, the brother, is the one that is like, oh, this is stupid and boring. I want to go out and cause some mayhem. I'm gonna go fuck some shit up, which little boys do. That's fine. But it's like you make him such just a fucking moron, and she's just like, oh God, cause everything. What's wrong with you? It's your fault all this happens.
He was a plot contrivance to get them into trouble. You know, he was basically there just to get them in trouble so that they could show, oh, the girl is super competent and she's going to figure out a way to get Space Ghost and the brother out of this. So she like leads them back to, you know, the communications tower. I'll handle everything else I can from there. So she's doing all of this.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, this is Space Ghost's tech. Like, she would not know how to utilize any of this, right?
Or could she? Because
Spectrum broadcast free. It's like, no. You don't know how to do this. Sorry.
Or does she?
I interrupted you.
No.
Yeah,
It's all good. She's the bestest.
she is. Because then she saves the day in issue 3. So. Dun, 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 dun.
So you liked this or you didn't like it?
That's the weird part is like, I don't know how to feel about this.
Okay.
Because you guys are right. He makes Space Ghost kind of insufferable. No, I won't say insufferable. Makes him a bit of an asshole.
Yeah.
Where he's like, I think he doesn't want them to get hurt. But by doing so, he's really like strict.
He's
kind of like just like a nag.
Yeah.
No, he is all-star Batman from All-Star Batman and Robin the Boy Wonder. That is Space Ghost here. He is written like an absolute asshole in this.
Yeah.
And like an oaf. Just an absolute oaf. And yeah.
And then, you know, like I said, Stunning and Brave younger girl kind of saves the day.
Yeah, she has
which-
information that he needs, and you got to hack into this mainframe. And I have the secret. I have the goober that you need to do this, but do this job for me. Go on the side quest, complete the mission. Okay,
but this is I mean, like I said, this art is like badass. Like like he looks like the quintessential superhero, man. Like he looks awesome.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I just I just didn't know what the point of this was, other to show how great the little girl was. And I'm like, okay, this is a Space Ghost comic, please. So
nope.
Bait and switch. Gotcha.
Space Jan.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, and Francesco Mattina is doing these covers. What? Wow.
Oh, yikes! Haven't pulled them yet. Oh no!
Haven't pulled them yet. Oh no!
Oh, AI covers. You got their Space Ghost.
And thanks to Mark Waid, we all know how
See?
bad AI could create absolute power.
Amanda Waller created the Space Ghost covers. Oh no!
Oh my God! The conspiracy continues. Let's see what people thought. Wow. 94% of people rated it a 4-star book.
Well, chat's wrong. You guys are fucking stupid. See?
Chat, what do you got? Chat, what are y'all talking about? This book is great.
Chat's wrong.
Oh, well, here's MG. Scarlet the Thumb, Mary Sue of the Energon universe. She can do everything and be snarky.
Oh.
And what were the responses written to MG about his review? That's what I'm curious.
What's actually awfully convenient? It's already so patronizing. What's actually awfully convenient is the spoiler warning option when writing reviews. And he just says, hopefully I didn't ruin the book for you more than the writing. That's a good point. I want this book to be good, but it just isn't. Dropping the title from my poll does not live up to the quality of the rest of the EU. Awfully convenient. Oh, so that's why Pirate Dave, oh my God, wrote actually awfully convenient because he said awfully convenient. Scarlet had a razor blade. Interesting.
Inside an open wound in her stomach,
and hand could reach it into while restrained.
Sounds like Gun Honey.
Wait. Say that again. Hold on a second. Wait, what?
So she had a razor blade tucked inside an open wound in her stomach so that her hand could reach into it while restrained.
That's Gun Honey level of hysterical.
No, I just started thinking of Videodrome when James Woods has that stomach vagina and he pulls out the gun from his stomach vagina.
Oh my God.
I just thought of Gun Honey when she just happened to have a handcuff key on her naked. Like, of course.
Oh, that's right. I had one of these.
Yep. Sure you did.
So, oof. All right. Well, I guess people liked Scarlet then.
Low standards.
But let's get to oh wait, I need to rate. I didn't rate this one. Ooh.
Whoa.
You know what?
Smart. See?
I'm gonna rate it. I'm gonna rate it a 3.5.
3.5.
No.
It's a.
I gave Conan a 5-star. This was a 3.5.
This is a 4. This is a 4.
Ooh. That's pushing it. That's really pushing it. 2.5.
Yeah.
Wait, did I give?
Did you guys read Batman? Did you guys read Batman this week, or was I the only one who read Batman?
I tried to read Batman this week. I was lost.
Look at this though. 4.7 4.7 average rating. That's like, so 100% of people roughly gave it 4.5 stars. That's really good.
That's an X-Men title right there.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh. But yeah, Drew, you said Batman was nonsensical, or you could read it? Or?
I tried to read Batman.
So this is all going back to, I think this was last year, a stupid fucking plot thread with a thief who breaks into Bruce Wayne's rundown brownstone house he had and discovers his quote unquote bat cave he's like, uh-oh, what the hell is this? So Chip Zdarsky's following up on that backup 3-page storyline shit in this, the life of this deadbeat criminal and his family, and just how he's a criminal with a heart of gold. And
I was like, is that who that blonde guy was? I'm like, who is this fucking guy? Like, I'm reading this book.
Yeah.
I'm like, who is this?
This is that thief, Kyle. If you remember, this is that thief from that 3-page backup story that Chip wrote, like I think a year ago. And the guy breaks into the brownstone. So he's just now conveniently following up on that character in this story. That was this character, and we see he's got the secret of who it is. But of course, all these plots and contrivances are telling us. It's like, no, we don't want to know. Don't say it. Don't say who it is. Don't tell us who it is. We don't want to know who it is. It's like, are you fucking kidding me right now? I load of, and the guy survives in the end. Are you fucking kidding me? Bullshit. This guy should have been fucking dead. You know, deader than
if he can pull it up, one of the best lines is what Batman tells him to be. He's like, no, I had just one ask of him, and this is what it was, and I busted out laughing. I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. They actually had Batman say it multiple times. Not just
you guys
once.
are gonna have to show it. I'm gonna look for it, but I have no idea what y'all are talking about. So you guys are gonna have to show me where the panel is.
I forget which page. I think it's later on. It's later on in the book.
Yeah,
it's toward the end. It's toward the end of the main story. There's a shitty backup. Don't read the
It's an
backup.
absolute power tie-in. Whoa.
Kind of.
Is this
really.
the backup?
Nope, this is the main. Keep cruising. Keep
So
cruising.
keep going.
No, go back up. Back up.
There it is. Oh,
There it is. Up, down,
there.
Oh my God! Does he actually? Shut the hell up, man! There's no way that's real.
It's real.
Be better. Gosh, dang it, man! There's no. Oh my God, who's writing this?
Chip Zdarsky, the amazing Howard the Duck writer.
He's still doing this. Hold on, I need to zoom in and just for. Oh no, I missed it.
Passed it. He says it multiple times.
Gosh dang
there it
man.
is.
Be better. I need to just screenshot that and put that all over Twitter, and just every response to everything is just this stupid panel of him saying "be better."
The only thing, just as stupid as this in this book, is in the backup when you see Batman dump a duffel bag full of money onto just gives it to a homeless woman. Just dumps the money. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? There's a reason why this woman is fucking homeless, because she can't fucking handle her money.
Yep.
Oh my God. Well, no, if you throw money at people, it solves the problem.
It's everything. Yeah.
Didn't you know that?
Nightwing. Yeah, Tom Taylor. He told us that money fixes everything.
Yeah. I mean, that's why he had Batman give away all his riches, and why Nightwing gave away all of Batman's riches. And yeah, I thought that was how you do it, right?
Solves all problems.
Yeah. Damn. I guess that's not.
Yeah, they repeat this line. So he says, be better down here. You keep going. He punches somebody, kicks somebody, says, be better.
Oh my God.
To a black kid. Giving him his cape. Says it again. Be better. In case you didn't get it.
Is he saying it, or is this echoing? Like, it's like, be better, be better, be better. Like throughout,
I don't know.
Throughout all the different time periods that he's.
Very poignant and nuanced.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Oh my God. Yeah, I guess. Giving her a bag of money. How much cash? That's like.
That's hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands.
A duffel bag of money?
That's going to help her mental illness.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
On top,
Yep.
that's
She's
money
definitely
that
not
could
going to
have been
spend it on.
that's money that could have been stolen from people at a restaurant, a bar, a bank. You know, granted, the money may or may not have been insured. We don't know, but that was money unlawfully stolen, given unlawfully to someone who's homeless.
Yep.
Is he just being Robin Hood?
He's perpetuating a problem. That's what he's doing. He's
Yes.
making it worse.
He's not solving anything.
Yep.
Which is
No.
actually, funny enough, what Green Arrow says in Absolute Power, where he says, you're not actually helping the misgendered and the disenfranchised and the, you know, what did he say? The all the other people who are othered.
Yeah, the othered.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess I don't know. Oh well.
Be better.
Be better, guys.
Mm-hmm.
When you're reviewing these comics, just be better.
That's why it's called Be Better.
That should be the name of the podcast.
That's what it was called. That's the title of the story.
Oh, that is. Oh,
You go to the end of the bus driving away, it's called Be Better.
It actually is called just Be Better.
You see?
How are where how are we living? What state are we living? Why, where, how, when?
Yep.
Ugh, I have no words. And apparently you have some words for whatever this is. What's going on
You
here?
can't judge it. You haven't read it. All
What's
right.
going on? What's going on here? Is that the queen part
It
of the
is.
Bear Pirate Viking Queen?
Yeah. This is her
Okay.
story. This is her issue.
Okay.
We get why the queen is there and the point of it, and you understand what the bear represents and all the circle of life. It's great. It's fantastic. The art in it is absolutely gorgeous. The last couple pages are just fucking amazing. I'm excited to interview him. I got a lot of questions I want to ask this guy.
Because this is who we're having on next week, right?
Correct.
Nice. Hell yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. There's your Viking.
And there's our queen. Queen.
Yeah. McQueen.
McQueen. Well, I am looking forward to reading this so that next week we can talk about why he decided to illustrate this and his process. So,
Well, there you go. You can ask him all the questions you want, like, what the fuck is this?
actually, Kyle, honestly, if you want to, because you probably have more questions for him than I do. So if you want to, maybe I can do an intro and you can lead into it, or you can maybe take the lead on some of the questions you want to ask. Feel free to, or I can send you the questions I had for Shane tonight. I will say this art is pretty beautiful. So, like,
Yeah.
look at this. Look at
It's
this sail.
undeniable. You may not get the story. You may not like it. You may not be. You may just be like, "Hey, it's too kooky for me." But
Yeah.
it's undeniable. This art,
Face.
yeah, is
Coach
striking.
Forbes.
It's one of a kind.
Yeah. I still think that first issue, that issue 1 with the ocean waves, it's like, oh, it's so good.
Yeah, I personally, I think issue 1 is my favorite out of the
Yeah.
3, for
Yeah.
sure. I liked the pirate story. I wish it didn't end so abruptly
Mhm.
because I liked that. That was
Yeah.
interesting to me. But no, it was a good way to end it, to wrap it up. They had a whole story to tell, and they did a great job.
Hell yeah. I am thankful that this actually ended the way that you were hoping, or at least
too.
that you got. Yeah, because I know, because we were kind of holding out hope, and we were like,
I
issue
know.
3, is it gonna come together? Is it gonna be more nonsense? Is it still gonna hold up? So I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it, because you said this was gonna be your number 2 this week.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, because
Okay.
I also think, like, it would have been an interesting interview. Like, even if it didn't end well, I would have still liked to have had a conversation with them. Like, hey, this is kind of where we're at. Like,
Hmm.
I think it ended kind of like what do you like just to interview somebody like that? It would just be, I think, an interesting conversation to have. Like,
for sure.
What did you think about it? So I'm curious to talk to him, the process and all of this, how this even came about.
Absolutely, man. You know what I've noticed, and I mean, because I know that we've talked about what makes a comic, right? And it's kind of a combination of storytelling, art, layout, characters, right? Like there's so much that comes like that goes into making a comic. And then like when we express like why we like a comic, there's so many different aspects of like I said, you can just run the gamut of like all the different things that make a great book. But then we can also say why it doesn't. But for me, it always comes down to how does the art portray the story? If you have great art that is really demonstrating what the character is going through, or you have art that is unique, or that it's more, I don't know, like it's more visceral or maybe more kinetic, or whatever it's trying to portray. I tend to like comics that have better art. And now, like I've said here on the channel, I'm an art snob. And what I find funny is that most of our interviews have been artists. Shane, now the individual who's going to come on next week, who is, what's his name? Jonathan
Marks.
Jonathan Marks. Yeah. Baravecchia. We've had Trish Forstner. We've had Aaron Lopresti. So the people that we've had on here tend to be artists, which I wonder if that says something about the best creators. Are they the best artists?
Interesting.
I don't know. Why are we choosing mainly artists for our shows?
I don't know, Mac.
Artists the writers will reach out to us.
Mike Barron did, so
yep. Yes,
Mike's a writer. Yeah, I think I don't know, just there's something about artists, man, that just like I'm more intrigued with the artistic process, I guess, right? Because I can't do this.
Right.
My entire life, I will never be able to do something like this. Right.
Yeah. Like I want to ask him, like, okay, what was page 1 here? Issue 3, page 1. What did he write? Like panel 1 or page 1. What was his description of this panel right here? Or was there any and then you were just like, got it. I'm going to draw a giant bike. What was his description?
But I thought it's all the same person. I thought the writer and artist were the same person on this.
No, this is the guy that he's written Sean Lewis. He did he's doing one of the Spawns, Scorched or something. King Spawn.
Oh, I thought he wrote and drew this. Okay, never mind.
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but it looks like Sean and Jonathan, though, they created it, but Sean wrote it and Jonathan illustrated it.
Right. Okay.
So it looks like they're dual hatting this, but it's just they have different skill sets and talents. So, okay. See, that might be that right there, Kyle, is why I think this turned out to be good, because if Sean did not create this with Jonathan, this could have gone really bad.
Probably.
You know what I mean? Like if Sean was trying to tell another illustrator, like, this is what I want, I don't know if it would have been the same if they didn't create it together. So
yeah, probably. Yeah.
But I guess we'll find out next week.
We will
on Friday. So
yep.
Do we have any other any books that we wanted to talk about before we take off for the evening?
Give me one. Let me look at the rose again real quick.
Yeah,
I've stopped reading Gunslinger. I can't fucking stand it. That fat Mexican bitch.
She's still in this book?
Oh, she is front and center in this book.
Yes.
Shut the F up.
No, they went to like the bank to get a loan or something. The last issue, I was like, "What?
Stop, dude!" Oh my god,
so
do y'all remember how metal this comic used to be?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, they are on issue 33. Oh my god.
Running out of ideas here.
And it's Rosalinda going to the Human Torch applied for a bank loan.
Yes, that's basically what it is.
Wow.
And then she gets mad at him, of course, because she has to.
Gosh,
You're so stupid.
you
Jose Perez.
when she
Oh,
when
you
she
got the
goes,
numbers wrong.
I don't need to be saved from you, vato.
Yeah, you
And he's
shut
like-
up. What are
and
you
he's like,
doing,
"What?"
pendejo? Like, okay.
He's like, I saved your life from those people. She's like, no, now you put me in more danger. Don't you understand? And he's like,
I lose
what?
my job
No-
because of you.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Lady, I saved your life. What do you
Why are
want
you
from
even
me?
in this comic? I should just shoot
Yeah.
you in the fucking head. Take
Lady,
your
this is
car.
my book. Get out of here. Like, I'm gunslinger.
Yeah.
Oh, it's such.
So we got the Birds of Prey, the greatest book according to the Eisners. Fucking terrible. I
Dude.
still can't. That's a fucking joke. It
Ooh,
is
that
an
looks
absolute
sexy.
joke.
Another Kelly Thompson book.
Arr.
Rrrr.
Yeah.
I
Ooh,
just, I
wrestle
don't get it.
96%.
I read, well, 96% of people gave it a 4-star rating.
Oh my god.
I don't understand. So I read like the first 5 issues, I think it was.
that. Jesus.
I know. Believe me.
Glutton for
I read up
punishment.
to, I think I read up to issue 4, maybe. Yeah. And I was out. I was just like, I was like, okay, I get it. Yeah. And it was just, it was so bland. It was so forgettable.
It was really weird. Like Harley Quinn was hitting on somebody, wasn't she? They washed up on the shore of a beach
Big
somewhere or
Barda,
something.
right?
Big Barda, yeah.
Yeah.
Really weird.
I at least if you're gonna make a bad comic, make it as bad as Fire and Ice or Hawkwoman, or sorry, Hawkgirl,
Yeah.
or like David Peppo's Punisher. Like, make it bad,
Right.
so that we can at least like roast it a little bit. But like Birds of Prey is just so bland and boring and just generic, and it's like there's nothing even here to even talk about.
That's a shame.
It's a shame. I wanted to read Psylocke because I love Psylocke, but
Blood
You want to read a Blood Hunt tie-in?
I was. I mean, it's Psylocke. Why would I not?
Because
Look at how
it's a
good she
Blood
was.
Hunt tie-in.
Oh,
Yeah.
Steve Fox. Never mind. Checked out.
I mean, Peach Momoko, guys. Momoko.
Fuck that. Oh
God.
God.
She's the bestest.
You managed to make Psylocke incredibly fucking ugly.
Which that's like it's almost a challenge to
And
do.
she succeeded somehow.
That's intentional.
Did she do one for this one? Oh no.
That cover
No.
fucking sucked.
No Momoko for this one. Life of Wolverine.
Yeah.
I already gave this one. I'm gonna give it a 3. 3-star.
Oh my
Wow.
god.
Wow.
That's
How?
3-star.
No, it is not.
Absolute Power, half a star.
One
Is
half.
that too harsh?
No, it's not.
Half
No,
star.
that is correct.
That's where it needs to be. Just for I took away every star that every panel Amanda Waller was in. So
Wow.
See here.
Just
I
hate
read
strong
JSA.
black
I read
women.
So I read JSA. It's pretty fucking it's bad. It's terrible.
which one?
It's not worth it at all.
Oh,
Justice Society. Yeah, it's terrible.
issue 10. God, I didn't even know that this was still going on. There's so I feel like the market is just oversaturated with books, and I'm just like, I don't even know why this is here.
All I'm gonna say is about the book. If there's one plot element I hate, there's one thing I hate. It's when there's a long time villain, a great villain, who's been a threat to the team, who's tried to kill them multiple times, and is suddenly brought onto the team, a younger version. I want to be a hero now. I want to prevent my future self from being a bad guy. I hate that fucking plot. It's fucking lazy. It's fucking stupid. And it tells me Jeff Johns is checked out. He is done.
I mean, he's doing good stuff over at Ghost Machine, so maybe he's just yeah.
Oh,
He's
Neil
probably
Before
checked
Zod.
out from.
Yeah. Neil Before Zod, really good this week. I really like that.
Yeah, I remember you saying you liked this one.
Yeah.
I want to hear. Wait, why did you not like Moon Knight Zero though?
It's a fucking. It was just like reading the life of Wolverine. It's Khonshu giving his point of view, just talking about, yeah, this character, I think he's such and such. This character, I think he's such and such. This character, I think they're such and such. It's like, that's all this is. Just Khonshu just giving his own little document book on the characters. It's what it is. It's a document version of Khonshu talking about the different characters. That's it. It's fucking lazy and stupid. No.
Dokuman. Damn. Why you gotta be so harsh on Dokuman? Yeah, I don't understand the hate towards Dookie Man.
Dookie Man?
Especially when, like, you know, Darren Fontano is out here. Who's out here working, right? Because Santuan was meant to oppose Isom physically, but I wanted a different character to oppose him mentally and ideologically.
Whoa.
Creating an intimidating villain without powers that was meant to challenge a character with special abilities is not easy. It's not easy, guys.
It's not.
It ain't easy. That's exactly why I wanted to do it. In fact, it's more intriguing that there's someone out there who strikes fear in people in a world full of super beings and doesn't even have powers.
Such a novel concept.
Wow.
I've never seen that done before.
Concept.
Never done before.
Definitely not like no, not Batman.
Definitely not Lex Luthor.
Lex Luthor.
No.
No, never done before.
This is where Darren Fontano comes into play. He gives off a king in the castle. He gives off a king of the city vibe. Wait, is the king of the city? Is that a vibe? Is that like a saying?
Is that a movie? What the fuck is that? King of the city? Is that some black term? I don't know what that means.
Oh, jeez. Vibe while also having a history with Isom. He carries himself respectfully, yet you all can see that he's pretty cutthroat. Wait, can we see that he's pretty cutthroat?
Did you say you all instead of y'all?
Did he say you all? You all.
Dang it. Should have said y'all.
He should have said y'all.
Yeah, y'all
can see that he's pretty cutthroat.
Sure you can.
His appearance was something I came up with in great detail for Marcos, which made it easy for him.
Jesus fucking God.
Nice. That's pretty detailed.
Dreadlocks, earrings, goatee,
chains.
Yeah, you really
white suit with the gray collar. Yeah.
Oh man.
The
you did. Took
Damn.
a lot of time and effort to get that on the page.
Darren Fontano. What a G.
Hands in his pockets. He looks very intimidating.
Just like Mick Davies.
It looks like, what's his name from Deadpool 2? I forget what the guy's name is. Just
oh, that guy. Yeah, that's the random guy.
Peter, was it Peter?
Oh yeah, where he keeps following him. Yeah. This is the book I paid $75 for, Jack. That it is.
Yeah, Max gives me shit for my foil covers.
Absolutely. Have we ever had this much fun with your foil covers? No.
Oh, hey, speaking of which, I just bought a new one.
Oh no, was it a Blood Hunt tie-in book?
Oh no, even better. I got it from one Robert Lee Liefeld from his whatnot. It was the New Mutants 98 signed by him.
Oh.
Foil. So it's a facsimile, another facsimile.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Why did you give him that money though?
Because it's Robert Liefeld.
Yes, but he could make you something better than just a facsimile book. That just buy the original book.
Oh yeah, for only a few $100. Duh. Yeah, why wouldn't I do that?
I'm still trying to win one of his Xerox scan original pages. I'm still trying to get one of those. Those are
There
hard
you
to
go.
get anymore.
One of these days.
But until then, we have this art.
Sergeant McDavies. Oh no,
Yeah.
Sergeant Mick Davies. Sorry.
No. Imagine him introducing himself. Hi, I'm Sergeant Davies. Oh, thank you, Sergeant Davies. He's like, please call me Mick. McDavies? No. Mick
Mick is my first name. No, you're Mick Davies. I know what's your first name.
Yes,
Sergeant. No, my first name is Sergeant. Okay.
There it is. Yeah, Sergeant Mick Davies. Yeah, I think we were laughing because like it sounds like it should be Sergeant Robert McDavies.
Yes.
Right? Like
that's
Sergeant
how a normal person
McDavies
would name this character. Yes.
Yeah.
Or Sergeant Nick Davis.
Nick.
Sergeant Nick Davis.
Nick Davis. Like Nick, like Nick.
Yeah, like you just like you're shaving and nicked yourself.
Yeah, like a Nick Davies. Huh. Again.
Don't need that.
Oh, again.
Again.
Wait, again. Where did he reiterate?
Where did you start?
Yeah, where was the reiteration? Why is this being reiterated from a previous page?
As I was saying, from nowhere. Some point in time.
This book serves as a launching pad for our universe.
God.
Wow, I think we're actually getting the inception of this book. I don't think we've actually understood what the book was for initially.
Now I do.
Right? We have to get creative because this is being creative.
Jesus. Who's we?
The Rippaverse team. We have to get creative because although this may be the first book,
Jesus.
Wait, is he talking about this book or ISOM? We have to get creative because although this may be the first book, there are obviously events that happened in this universe prior to book number 1 being introduced.
Book number 1? What do you mean by book number 1?
Like
ISOM?
issue number 1? ISOM number 1?
Yaira number 1? Goodying number 1?
Yaira already has a history in the city of Florespark, which means that she would have had. He's not said McDavies' name once.
Correct.
We don't know.
Nothing has pertained to Sergeant Mick Davies.
Yaira already has a history in the city of Florespark, which means that she would have had a run-in with its law enforcement, or she would have had a run-in with law enforcement.
What is that? Why?
Because I forget. Is she an anti-hero?
I don't know. But why did we have to assume she's been there before. She's obviously been arrested. It's like, what?
Yeah.
What does that have to do? Like, no, not necessarily.
But this is where Sergeant McDavies comes into play. So that's why we have to know why.
Okay.
So. I wanted a seasoned leader in the police force that would be utilized for years to come in this universe. I wanted a seasoned leader in the police force,
an old guy
that would be utilized for years to come. Okay, all right.
So I want an old guy close to retirement who's going to be around for a long time. Got it.
Have we seen him though?
No,
I don't remember him. I don't know.
Why wouldn't you have a rookie who's new on the force, who doesn't quite know who Yaira or anybody is, or is new to Flores Park and is just starting as a rookie out of the academy and may or may not be corruptible? And I don't know, you have that dichotomy of playing with, whose side can I be? Can we corrupt this guy? Can what's the black guy's name? Dumas? Dandruff? What's his name?
What?
What the fuck was that guy's name?
Who?
The black guy we were just talking about.
Oh, Darren Fontano?
Yeah.
Oh.
If he has cops on the payroll. And maybe he's, then this guy, this new rookie guy could either get corrupted by, or I don't fucking know, do anything else. But seasoned vet who doesn't give a shit, close to retirement, and is just pissed off all the time. Great character.
This last line, I don't think I've read this one before, but this is a new one, boys. I think this is my favorite one we've read in a while. When I created him, his appearance was simply that of what I envisioned.
No shit.
No. When I created him, his appearance was simply, simply just what I envisioned, guys. You know, just
Of course.
that was when I created him. It was just simply what I envisioned. Yeah.
Oh my god.
As a believable police sergeant. Thanks.
That looks like no sergeant I ever had on the police department I worked for. Just throwing that out there.
Aren't you
Not
glad
a
that
lot of
they
sergeants.
solidified his shoes and
The
pants?
clogs
though?
or whatever the fuck are those?
Oh man.
That's those slippers? What's he doing?
There's no shoelaces.
He's wearing
Oh,
croc
some
loafers. Yeah.
Croc loafers, yeah.
Yep.
There you go. Does he have his pants bloused? Like in the military,
Definitely
you would blouse your
Yep.
boots. You
Or
know?
are they those they're pants like that with like kind of like ruffled at the bottom, or like the kind of like stretchy pants, but it's hard to
like
explain.
joggers?
Yeah, they're
Yeah, like
joggers.
jogging pants. Yeah.
They're khaki joggers with croc loafers and a button-down shirt.
This guy's only a sergeant. He's nothing. You're nothing. You're a sergeant. You're a piece of shit.
And I was like,
You make
Sergeant is
no
pretty low on the
difference
totem
whatsoever.
pole, eh?
Yeah, you're nothing.
Yeah.
Make him a captain. Make him chief. It's something.
Now we're talking, yeah. Captain McDavies. Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds good. No. Just remember, guys, whenever we get another artist on here or writer, we should ask, when you create some of these characters, is the appearance simply that of what you
You
envisioned?
envisioned? You're like, I don't even know how to answer that question.
It'd be like, yeah.
Duh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Well, that should about do it for this evening. I think that's pretty much all we got. Drew, once again, thank you for getting Shane on here. That was a ton of fun to have him on for the first hour and a half, and he was an incredible guest. And I'm thankful we were able to talk to him and get to know him a little bit more. So
Yeah, hopefully get to talk to him more in the future.
yes, absolutely. Hopefully getting him back in September, where we can talk to him more about prairie gods. So, like I said, I'm locking it in. Prairie gods, and what was the other lock-in? One of the X-Men books that we had as a lock-in. So
Sentinels.
You did.
Exceptional X-Men.
Exceptional X-Men.
Exceptional was a lock-in. Yep, that's going to be a good one. So, you guys got anything before we head out for the evening?
Nope.
I was gonna say we've got a couple pages left on Unholy Nightmare, so you may want to jump in on the backer kit now while you can.
That's
actually,
true.
we just sold another piece of OA and another sketch. So we got one piece of OA left from the book for sale. That is it. And so that's gonna be wrapping that book up soon, thankfully.
Heck yeah, man. That sounds awesome. Well, I am stoked for your book to come out. And yeah, whoever that lucky winner is of your original art, or whoever the lucky buyer is of that original art, will be greatly rewarded, because Aurelio is doing some really cool stuff that you've sent. So looking forward to seeing that. Well, that should about do it for tonight. Thank you guys again for hanging out. This was a fun evening and a longer night, but we started a little bit early, because the guys and we didn't have work today, which was nice. And we wanted to be respectful of Shane's time, but hopefully we'll see him back here in September. Chat, you guys can see me this Sunday. We'll do a build stream, and then Sunday night will be Max's Man Cave. Next weekend, Saturday the 13th, I'm planning on doing the birthday stream, so that should be a lot of fun, and we should hopefully get a lot of friends on here to goof around and have a few drinks on lonely Saturday night. So, but other than that, I think that should be it for the night.
Hell
Thank
yeah.
y'all. Y'all have been great. We'll see you Sunday.